Okay, good morning, everyone. It's March 21st, 2022. This is a regularly scheduled Fort Myers Beach Town Council meeting. It's 9 a.m. All present here, the town attorney, town manager, town clerk, all members. And we'll start, as always, with the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Accept our thanks for this day with all its blessings and opportunities. Thank you for every seat that has been filled here today, for each mind and heart that fills the presence of this room, as well as the lives of those we will encounter afterward. We meet today asking for guidance, wisdom, and support to engage in meaningful discussion for our leaders as they render service to our fellow citizens and community and ready us to make every moment count. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good to hear all those booming voices out there. Okay, the next item is the approval of the final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the final agenda?
So moved.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. The next item is public comment. Madam Clerk, how many do we have, do you think?
A lot.
A lot.
20.
Okay, I'm going to hold everyone to the 3 minutes today. So everybody say your piece and we'll get to hear everybody and get out of here at a reasonable hour today.
All right.
Okay.
Both side podiums work. First up is Dave Nussbaum, and on deck will be Patty Rittinger.
Good morning.
Good morning, Council. My name is Dave Nussbaum. I'm president of Island Winds condominium located on the south end of the island. I'm here talking about the beach renourishment proposal you're going to hear today. For reference, we are located at R199, R200 on the proposal. Island Winds was established in 1972, and at that time our dated survey stated that we had 100 feet of beachfront property extending out to the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. In 2018, we did a survey that had gained in excess to somewhere around 647 feet. Today, that number is over 800 feet from the coastal construction line. We are a beach of accretion, not a beach of erosion. Accretion is a legal term. I ask you consult with your attorney on that. In the proposal today, CEC is going to ask that our beach be classified as a critical erosion beach. This is not true. We are a beach of accretion. We have been that way since we were founded. In the proposal today, there's a recommendation to establish an erosion control line extending through our beach. An erosion control line stipulates that once it's there, we no longer gain access through accretion on our property. We strongly recommend the town not pursue this matter. You will also hear in this report that there is ponding occurring in our area. Ponding occurs every year. It has occurred for the last 40 years that I'm aware of. Summer rains come, the beach fills with water, ponding eventually dries up when the rains stop. We have found that the best defense for ponding is normal raking, aerating the sand, and allowing the rainwater to percolate back into the Gulf of Mexico. We've been doing it for the last 40 years. If the town brings in sand, which is also proposed in this report, to eliminate ponding, that triggers a beach renourishment in the Florida statutes. That means that the sand comes in now belongs to the state and not the people that are owners on the beach. We do not want the sand coming in. We will strongly resist any sand coming in to eliminate ponding. Ponding is not a critical factor. It's a nuisance, but not critical. And it should not be used as a way to spend limited taxpayer dollars. The new critical erosion area would also put us on the list and that would have a permanent negative impact on our riparian rights.
You're gonna have to finish up, Dave.
Okay. There are many critical places on Fort Myers Beach needing immediate attention regarding scarce taxpayer dollars. Our section of the beach is not one of them. Please respect our rights as a landowner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next,
Patty Rittinger, and up after Patty is George Rapetti.
Roger is the, excuse me for 1 second. Is the consultant from Coastal Engineering here?
I
in the
know
room?
they're gonna be here. I don't know if they're physically in a room right this second.
Okay. Would have been helpful for him to hear some of these comments. Anyhow, okay.
Thank you. I am Patty Rittinger. I'm a Florida resident. I reside at Island Winds. I am here to read a letter from the Gulfview Manor. They could not be here, and they asked me to read this letter for them. It goes on, Dear Town Council and staff, as a representative of Gulfview Manor, I would like to voice my opinion on the possible beach renourishment. We respectfully request that the town does not ask Florida DEP to classify our beach as a critical erosion beach. Our beach continuously grows. It is not eroding. We are against the establishment of an erosion control line on this area of the island. The establishment of this line will end all property gains through beach accretion. We will also lose all control of that property seaward of this line. We do not request or need additional sand, as this becomes beach renourishment as defined by Florida statutes. Any beach nourishment program by the state has a negative impact on our riparian property rights. Ponding is not an issue that requires taxpayer dollars to remedy. Finally, our beach is our most important asset. We have done a very good job maintaining it for decades at no cost to the taxpayers of Fort Myers Beach. We do not request the assistance from the town, as it comes as a very high price to the property owners. Just to add my own comments, I bought the condo in 1986, and I watched as the beach became wider each year. My husband and I thought that we were just one hurricane away from getting back to the beach that we bought. However, as each hurricane or storm came through, it seems to have added sand rather than take it away. We have taken care of that extra sand by raking it and keeping it well groomed. It was with our money that we did it, not the taxpayers' money. Why, when anyone, have you actually gone down to see our beaches? Have you walked the beach? For you to say that it's eroding is ludicrous as far as I'm concerned. It just keeps adding. As you stand there, the sand keeps adding. We would like to make sure that we keep the ownership of the beach and that we pay for the keeping of the raking and so on. I am a Florida citizen, and I vote. There may be some properties on the beach which are eroding, and we would like you to take care of them and not do it to us. So that's my stop for my 3 minutes.
Let's say it's time to wake up.
I do suggest if you do a task force or something that you ask for volunteers from our different places. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next.
George Rapetti, and up after George is Ludka.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I could just echo what the last two people said. It applies completely to the place where I live. I live at 8402 Starrwood Boulevard, Islands End Condominium Association. I'm not a member of the board, so I don't speak for the board today. But as the mayor knows, I was president of Islands End for more than 20 years. So I do know what's going on down there, and I've been there since 1988. The whole idea with erosion control, it's the nasty word control, because it's not giving me control, it's you taking control of my property. How do I know this? In 2007, long time ago, Mrs. Lavelle, who owned 8222 Estero Boulevard, a one-family beach property, decided she'd take a walk down to the water. She got halfway down and there was a fence there that said she couldn't go any further by law. The birds were nesting there, which is nonsense, but the birds were nesting there and she couldn't go any further. She got upset. Instead of just turning around and going home, she got upset and she associated with all of us on the south end of the island, Island's End, Carlos Point, Castle Beach, and all the single-family homes that go about a half mile up from Big Carlos Pass. We had the erosion control line removed at that point, and it was by order of the state or resolution of the state that that erosion control line be removed. The reason that they put the gate up, the fence up there, they told her was that they owned the other side of the erosion control line. Nonsense. They don't own the other side of the erosion control line. You own, if by Florida law, you own down to the wet sand, in other words, the wet sand. To allow them to put the erosion control line back is a way for them to control your property. It's a way for them to tell you that they own your property and you can't go any further. And if they want to build fences to attract birds, not to protect their nest, to attract birds, then they can do that. It doesn't make sense to allow this to happen. As you well know, Mr. Mayor, we have probably increased our beach. God has increased our beach by over 200 feet going out, or no, 200 yards, I should say, going out. Carlos Point, maybe 300 yards going out. It's something, we accrete, they accrete. There is no erosion down at that end of the island. There's no reason to control us like they want to control us. Thank you, even before the bell, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Well done, George, well done. You get extra points for that. All right, next.
Lou Ludka, and after Lou is Jay Light.
I don't have a comment, I just wanted to get information.
Okay? Jay Light. Up after Jay is Gloria Abramoff.
Good morning. For the record, Jay Light, 151 Chapel Street. What needs to be said about the mooring field facility would require much more than 3 minutes, so I'd welcome the opportunity to sit down one-on-one and discuss it with any of you in detail. You could have put this facility in Bayside Park, right in the middle of downtown commercial area, on land you already owned, where there was already a dinghy dock and no mangroves. But you got pressured out of that idea by one restaurant owner and some condo residents whose units are several stories above the proposed project. You also had the chance to buy 2 units at Harbor House, where you're now paying rent for a temporary facility to have an office in the same area with the same amenities. It appears to be working fine, but you just couldn't take the chance of buying and maybe having hassles with the homeowners association. So here we are. You bought 2 parcels of land for $1 million, one of which is zoned residential, that you may or may not get covered by grants that you may or may not get. You're going to have to cut down a bunch of mangroves, build a dock and a building, all of which will easily cost another $500,000 to a full $1 million or more. And instead of putting something in the middle of downtown, you've angered the property owners on 2 quiet residential streets. Both of these above-mentioned projects would have cost about the same or less than what you've paid for 2 empty lots. $2 million total for a place for visiting boaters to take a shower and do wash, really. So where do we go from here? Before you contract for a separate building, I ask you to look right down the hall here. Tell me what you see. Look, it's a front desk with people manning it from 8:30 to 4:30. Currently, you're paying someone to sit in the office in Harbor House to check people in from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Tell me, when was the last time you were on a road trip and arrived at your destination at 8 a.m.? Whose convenience is this set up for? It's certainly not for the boaters. You don't need a separate office. Yes, someone will have to be there on the weekends. You can easily have just the desk open. All you need is the shower and laundry facility, which could very easily be built above the existing old bank drive-through right out here and cost a pile less money. Boaters do not need a country club-style lounge, just a place to wait while their laundry gets done. I was congratulating myself on the brilliance of this idea when I was made aware that Councilman Veach had proposed essentially the same thing more than a year ago. I urge you to explore that because what you've already done amounts to the biggest and most unnecessary boondoggle in the town's history. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Next.
Gloria Abramoff, and after Gloria is Todd Zaccanelli.
Good morning. I'm Gloria Abramoff. I'm a
Morning.
resident at Tropical Shore Way. I have a prepared speech. I just for 1 second would like to respond to Mr. Light. I agreed with everything he said until we got to talking about the plan for the building itself. I think it's way worse than that. I think the real problem is what's going to happen to the canal and to the neighbors. Discussing architecture, discussing amenities, I don't believe should be on the table because I think this plan should not and cannot go forward. Using our canal as a waterway, as a conduit for all of these boats. I will try now to do the little speech I wrote. At any rate, siting a dinghy dock and bathhouse at the end of Tropical Shores will force a stream of boats from the mooring field up and down our canal. It will allow anyone with a dinghy, not just those registered in the mooring field, to dock there. The town acknowledges that they will have no control over who uses a dock, how long they stay, what time of day or night they motor by our backyards. The town is also planning our canal to be the home for its pump-out boat. These boats all increase oil and gas pollution into our narrow canal. The neighborhood is united in our opposition to this plan, but as yet we fear our opposition has had no impact. Our mangroves are home or host to black-crowned night herons, yellow-crowned night herons, green herons, little blue herons, great egrets, great blue herons, ibis, mottled ducks, spotted sandpipers, kingfishers, brown pelicans, and anhingas. Dolphins hunt in the canal along with the occasional visit from a manatee. Our mangroves act as feeding grounds and nurseries for fish and marine life, as well as providing protection from tropical storms. This is a narrow, shallow canal. If this plan is approved, it will inevitably result in removing and trimming mangroves and very likely dredging our canal against our wishes. This is a costly plan, and there are other, more suitable commercial or public sites on the bay where these facilities would be more easily accessed by boaters. I urge you to vote against this plan. Thank you for listening. On the off chance I have any seconds left, I'd love to cede them to my husband, who has a longer speech for later. So, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Gloria.
Todd Zaccanelli, and after Todd is Sherwood.
Good morning, council members, Mr.
Morning.
Mayor.
Morning.
My name is Todd Zaccanelli, and I live 4 doors from them, from Gloria and Larry. You know, I don't know who thought this was a good idea. They obviously do not live on a residential canal. Who in their right mind would want or vote for this coming to their backyard or your backyard? With an average of at least 10 boats or more going past their backyard every day. That's 20 trips down and back, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Even Christmas and Thanksgiving. Wow, think about that. Maybe whoever had this terrible idea said to their spouse, geez, honey, won't this be fun? We can wave to all these people we don't know. Even yell back and forth. No, keep going. It's at the end of the canal, right next to our other quiet neighbors. You can't miss it. It's a big 2-story building. You know, every day we're going to go through this. You know, maybe even help them pick their trash up out of our canal. This is going to be great, honey. We could even have the grandkids over. They could sell lemonade out on the dock. Or better yet, Girl Scout cookies. They'll make a killing. This will be terrific, honey. I can't wait. Does this sound like a good idea to you guys? This is a bad idea. Please do not vote in favor of this bad idea. Let's move this bad idea to an appropriate location and make it a great idea. Thank you and God bless. Also, if I have any time left, I would also like to give it to my neighbor. Thank you.
We don't give time. You get your 3. All right.
Star Sherwood, and up after Star is Melanie Emrick.
Good morning, council members. Good morning, Mayor Murphy.
Morning.
My name is Star Sherwood, and I am a resident on Tropical Shores Way. And I appreciate your willingness to listen to me today and not just hear me, but really listen to what I have to say. I'm going to say a lot of the things that a lot of other people on our street are going to say, but again, they need to be said. I am 100% opposed to an upland facility being built at the end of our residential canal. And it may not seem like a big deal to you, but this is a huge deal to us. When your day is done here, you get in your cars and you go home. We are home. This is where we live. We live on this beautiful island, on this beautiful canal. And I don't know where you live, and it really doesn't matter, but I can guarantee that if a township, a city, or any kind of a county wanted to put in a landfill, a racetrack, or an airport in your neighborhood, you would probably have the same concerns that we have. And that is exactly how we're feeling right now. We are not against having a facility for boaters. Most of us are all boaters. We boat, and we appreciate having a place to go when we're boating. But putting it in our neighborhood at the end of a residential canal is a really bad idea, and we have a lot of concerns. We are concerned about people coming up and down our canal all hours, and we know that you want to monitor it, but we know that that's going to be very difficult to do. They're going to invade our privacy, they're going to make a lot of noise, they're going to possibly leak gas and oil into our canal. They're going to destroy our hurricane barrier, which is home to many, many species and wildlife, as Gloria has mentioned. And quite frankly, I think all of this is going to create a very scary and an anxious environment for all of us. One of my best friends, who is very dear to me, she's 88 years old, and she's sitting in the back row, and she lives on this canal, and she's been here for 43 years, and she's afraid. And I don't want that for her. I don't want that for any of us. When I was reading through your town council policies and procedure manual, I came across a section of the town council mission and job description. And I won't read it all, but I am going to read a section out of it. So this is the mission, and this is in your own policy manual. It is not a legal document, it is your guidelines. And it says that our mission is to ensure by strategic planning and clear policies that the unique and natural characteristics of the island are preserved. When you were elected, we trusted you. We trusted you to be good stewards of our tax dollars, to protect us and to protect the town of Fort Myers Beach. This whole idea just does not sit right with me. It doesn't feel right, and I feel very strongly that you need to exhaust other possibilities. And if you allow this to happen, I will go as far as to say that I feel that your decision would be irresponsible, reckless, and an inappropriate use of funds. Thank you for listening to me.
Melanie Emrick, and up after Melanie is Harvey Staley.
Hi, I'm Melanie Emrick. I'm on Tropical Shores Way. I've been coming to the beach since 2004, been at different places, moved down to Florida in '99. My problem is that you're putting boats coming up and down the channels, and for us boaters that are on the channels with our docks, our seawalls, our privacy, our security, how are we going to get in and out? How are we going to sit there and feel even safe in our homes? We're talking about the dredging and everything. We're going to be taking down the mangroves. We're going to have to make that canal a lot wider. I don't understand how any of us can get in and out when you've got the boats coming. I mean, for us to turn around, it's a very shallow canal, and we've learned to just watch the tides. If you can't go out at a certain time, that's all there is to it. Also, if you're building this facility at the end and you're taking out the back of City Hall, the back of Chapel Street, I don't understand how they're still going to be able to do the parking. Basically, I'm totally against it. I don't understand why it's happening on this canal, or any canal as far as that goes. When you've got commercial properties on the bay side that can help everybody, take care of all the citizens. We are the taxpayers. I'm happy for those boaters that are out there on the mooring fields. I don't think I could live on a boat, but I'm happy for them. But please, consider how it's going to affect all of us. Consider how the privacy, again, the security, just having that peaceful life that we bought into here on Fort Mary's Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Harvey Staley, and up after Harvey is Mike Ratliff.
Mayor Murphy and City Council, the previous speech applies to me too. I live here on the beach, and it's very enjoyable. I want to keep it that way. I thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Ratliff. After Mike is Lori Kensinger.
Good morning, council members. I'm Mike Ratliff. Full disclosure, I served on the AAC at its inception and currently serve on the AAC. My remarks are solely my own. I would ask the council to reflect upon their decision to reject the Bayside Park location for upland services for our mooring field in favor of the property along the canal of the Tropical Shores neighborhood. Let's consider them in an objective way, comparing the positives and the negatives.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. Would you repeat that first sentence you just said again? I'm not sure I heard you right.
Let's consider them in an objective way.
No, back up a little bit. Just start from the beginning. I'm not. Yeah, I heard that part. Right after you said you're a member of the AAC.
Yes.
Just ACC. Go right after that,
All right.
please.
I would ask the council to reflect upon their decision to reject the Bayside Park location for upland services for our mooring field in favor of the property along the canal of the Tropical Shores neighborhood. Okay?
Yep.
Let's consider them in an objective way by comparing the positives and negatives using the following categories: ownership and cost. The Bayside Park, the town owns with no cost to the property, just the structure cost. Tropical Shores, we've already talked about the $1 million for land plus the structure. Location. The office would be a pseudo-commercial facility at Bayside Park in the commercial district, whereas the office would be located in a predominantly residential neighborhood along Tropical Shores. Environmental impact. Limited environmental impact at the Bayside Park location, whereas most likely there will entail removal of mangroves, dredging, etc. Lastly, practicality. The Bayside location is adjacent to the already established dinghy dock and mooring field docks, whereas in all likelihood it will require approvals from various government agencies for dredgings, seawalls, docks, etc. I would ask the council to reconsider your decision before the current Bayside Park project continues. The initial 30% design of the Bayside Park indicated minimal effect adjacent to the adjacent residential areas. Please consider this question: which location will cause the least disruption for island residents, cost fewer dollars, and support the purported mooring field mission to serve both residents and mariners. The AAAC committee consists of residents with decades of boating experience both locally and internationally, along with members with vast local real estate experience. Yet when it recommended Bayside Park as the best option, it was rejected without any direct communication by council members as to the rationale of their decision. I anxiously await specific reasons from each council member. Finally, I fully understand the committees are advisory in nature, that the council is primarily a policy-making body, and the day-to-day management of the town property, falls to staff. But citizens and committee members deserve a clear, open, public explanation of the why of this decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Lori Kensinger, and up after Lori is David and Christy Jensen.
Good morning. Lori Kensinger, full-time resident, Tropical Shoreway. I won't go through all the issues that have been brought up again, but if you proceed with this project, not only will you be destroying a natural environment existing, you'll be destroying our sense of privacy and security. Thank you.
Thank you.
David and Christy Jensen, and after David and Christy is Tim Shadle.
Council, Mr. Mayor.
Morning.
Thank you for hearing us today. I've been a resident of Tropical Shores Way since, or for the last 20 years. I've been coming to Fort Myers Beach for 40 years. I've seen a lot of changes over that time, a lot of them very good, but I've also noted the degradation of some of our residential communities. And I live on the opposite side of for our tropical shores to the canal that's in discussion at this point. And those canals are exactly the same, identical. They have the same beautiful nature facilities like the wildlife, and the only negative is the shallowness of those canals. And it seems to me that that, plus the fact that we're removing mangroves, that we're going to increase boat traffic, is going to really change the neighborhood and is going to cost a lot of money. I understand there were a lot of other options, but I think this project was rushed and ill-conceived without adequate review of the other options. There are marinas that have all the facilities that you're looking for that would probably welcome guests. There's a beautiful new kayak dock at Matanzas Pass Preserve that connects with a boardwalk that goes directly to Bay Oaks. You've got washrooms at the ballpark at Bay Oaks. They could be extended a little westerly by 50 feet and added the facilities that you require for the boaters. Or I understand that the rec center is going to be reconstructed to some extent, and those facilities you require could be put into that. This is only one suggestion, but it seems to me everything is there that you need. You've put in, at Bay Oaks, you've put in a big covered kiosk and basketball field. All the recreation facilities are there, the trolley stops there. There's a pool. Everything that the boaters could ask for is within walking distance of the extended docks at where the kayaks are, and they can get directly there from on the bay without removing mangroves, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Tim Shadle, And up after Tim is Penny Jarrett. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tim. Up after Tim will be Lori. Oh, no, go ahead. Sorry.
Good morning, council and staff. As always, I thank and commend the council, town manager, attorney, and staff for your dedication, time, commitment, expertise, knowledge, and forethought. We truly have a fantastic council and staff representing our town. That being said, I think for the first time I have a criticism about a decision this council made by choosing to locate the Uplands facilities where you've chosen and buying the property without much discussion and input from the public. Maybe if the town was going to generate a considerable positive cash flow from the project, the town would have a good argument as to why to inconvenience many homeowners that will bear the brunt of the increased traffic, noise, and other impacts, but it doesn't appear that argument can be made. I've stated in the past, I feel that the Upland facility should be located on the San Carlos side and not on the Fort Myers Beach side. I think that the Uplands facility should be in a more commercial, industrial, boater-friendly type setting rather than at the end of a quiet neighborhood and canal. I'd also like to note, I'm not an owner on the canal. I'm just voicing my opinion as a resident owner on the island because I wouldn't want this in my backyard. As for the town owning Estero Boulevard, I'll first say it's great that the bulk of the work is over and the standing water that this island experienced for years has been greatly reduced or eliminated. The mobility and safety of pedestrians has significantly increased and it looks great, but looks can be deceiving. I've been before this and previous council offering my observation both from a logical perspective and from an intellectual perspective. And as sure as I'm standing here living the dream, I'm sure there will be extremely expensive outlays to repair, maintain, and eventually replace Estero Boulevard, which has also been confirmed to me by workers, a supervisor of workers, a commissioner, and engineer. There is and will continue to be settling of all components of the road, the asphalt, the dirt and stone under the center pavers, the concrete curbs separating the pavers from the asphalt, and the drains and basins. The pavers are and will continue to be chipped and cracked as well as moving, thus needing regraded and replaced. There are manholes and basins that are not set at proper elevations, especially the one located on Estero Boulevard adjacent to the walking path to Bay Oaks, but there are others. All of these issues will continue to get worse over time and will necessitate a great deal of work and expense. Also, the lighting of the boulevard will be a huge installation and maintenance expense. I truly hope that this council will not decide to take on ownership of or enter into any agreement that takes on the maintenance of the lighting of Estero Boulevard or Estero Boulevard itself. This is and should remain the responsibility of the county and not the town. If there are deficiencies of the lighting on Estero Boulevard, rather than the town take on the expense, responsibility, and liability, the town should make and hold the county responsible and, if need be, file court action to do so. Also, I still feel strongly that the grassy area on Estero Boulevard between the curb and sidewalk should be replaced with either concrete or pavers. I suggested this in the past and still believe that it's in the best interest of public safety. Increasing solid walkway surface can only be a plus to bicyclists and pedestrians, which are more and more plentiful. Plants, trees, grass, or other vegetation in that area makes no sense to me and only increases the chance of a mishap. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Penny Jarrett, and after Penny is Ellen Vaughan.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. I live at 120 Hercules Drive, but have very good friends at Tropical Shores Way, and I have, over the past, since this came up as an issue, heard their angst. And what I reflect upon is that since the 9 years that I've lived here, I have seen so much support of individuals, the community, and people really come together to help one another, whether it's for school fundraisers, to put in our school garden, to put in our community garden, to help me when I had COVID. So much of it is about each other and doing right by one another. And as you've heard the other people, the residents of Tropical Shores Way speak very clearly about how much disruption this would cause to their lives, how much invasion of their privacy, knowing that strangers are coming up and down the canal at any given hours of the day. My heart hurts for them. I worry for them, and I just implore you to reconsider locating this facility at a place that is more appropriate and has much less expense involved. Thank you.
Ellen Vaughan, and up after Ellen Vaughan is Jennifer Rusk.
Good morning, Council. It's very lovely to see all of you this morning, and thank you so much for your service. And as you listen to all of us citizens with our various viewpoints, I realize what a important job you have. So I thank you for that. And I actually come to you this morning to talk about two very divergent topics. I would like to echo what many of the residents of Tropical Shores have had to say. I live at 7500 Estero Boulevard, so I don't have a cat in this game or dog in the game or whatever you care to call it, other than that I live on this island and I care deeply about this island. I ask you to step back for a moment and consider something that, for those of you who spent your careers in large organizations, may have been exposed to. There's this notion of the Abilene paradox. And the Abilene paradox, for those who have not heard of it, is this notion that sometimes a decision is made, people get to yes, and they really didn't mean to get to yes. So I ask you to go back to square one on the whole issue of an upland set and say, why is it that the mooring field services are being taken in-house? I understand that that's a given. And I just ask you to consider, do we as a town provide a marina? Do we provide an R&B park? Do we provide lodging for guests? No, we allow that to be in the private sector. So I just ask you to consider. I do not know the answer to that. There may have been good, sound reasons for why it was the decision was made to take it in-house. But I ask you to go back and revisit that decision and then move forward from there and make the best determination. Okay, that's it for that topic, because I think that the residents of Tropical Shores and others have spoken eloquently about their concerns about it. So I'd like to turn 180 degrees and talk to you about the Friends of the Mound House is hosting our much delayed annual fundraiser, which is called Artful Intersection 3.0. We were delayed because of COVID, like the rest of the world, and it will be held on April 8th. Tickets are $75. I happen to have them with me if anyone on town council or in the audience is interested. This is a major fundraiser for the Mound House. As many know, or hopefully everyone realizes, the town owns the Mound House. The Friends of the Mound House was founded in support of the Mound House because as a museum institution, it's very difficult for a town to support it financially. That is a job that the Friends have taken on, not to financially support it completely, but to augment the town funding. So towards that end, we will be hosting a strolling dinner and an artful auction. And there will be many wonderful things, including experiences unique to this island, that will be available at that auction. So I encourage everyone to attend. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Ellen, could you repeat the date of the event?
The date is Friday, April 8th. It will be held at the Mound House, which the wonderful grounds of the Mound House, in a lovely tent. It will be a strolling supper and a live auction.
Thank you.
7 to 9.
Very skillfully done, Ellen.
Jennifer Rusk. Up after Jennifer is George Cormos.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Town Council, and town staff. Happy first day of spring. You passed a resolution to use amber solution for Estero Boulevard. Right now, Bowditch Point Park is changing their lighting to amber. Lynn Hall Park also has plans to do the same. The county will be installing amber lights on the side streets out in around Times Square area. So I ask the town council to send back the lighting plans for Bayside Park and Times Square. For the sake of keeping uniformity, for safety of pedestrians and motorists, and to support wildlife conservation. I'm asking the town council to expedite the new name change of Marine Resource Task Force to Marine Environmental Resource Task Force. I need a new tent, and I need some various supplies, and I would like that to be expedited so we can get the logo and that information done. On April 2nd, we'll mark 1-year anniversary of the pop-up. Please stop by for a cupcake. We have had over 70 pop-ups with over 2,000 volunteer hours. We have the support of numerous organizations like International Osprey Foundation, Lovers Key State Park, Lee County Parks and Recreation, Lions Club, Turtle Time Inc., Ding Darling, the Estero Island Garden Club, Mound House Sea Turtle Conservancy, University of Florida, Southwest Florida Audubon, FWC, FDEP support with both volunteers and a donation. Let's see, Gary Mathis, who has been my hero, and we're lucky to have him in our community. The Kiwanis Club recently, the Fort Myers Beach Kiwanis, recently also made a generous donation to the pop-up. I especially would like to thank the town and the community and the volunteers who have supported me and the Murph pop-up with such enthusiasm. I hope to work with all of you for years to come. Please enjoy the pictures from this past Saturday. We introduced a new photo booth to visitors of the pop-up. The one that was just up, or this one right here, is our few FGCU students that were with the Keep Lee County Beautiful. We're out there cleaning up and doing a great job. They loved the pop-up. They had expressed interest in volunteering with the pop-up. We're still waiting for the go-ahead to implement this. So any help would be appreciated to move forward so they could actually get credit. Lastly, as you're finalizing the plans for Times Square redevelopment, has anyone given any thought to including a permanent structure such as a booth or a kiosk for community outreach? It could be available for the advisory committees, town council, and town staff for outreach and connecting with residents and visitors. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Next.
George Cormos, and up after George is Marty White.
My name is George Cormos. I've been a property owner on this canal on Tropical Shores for 27 years. I've been owning property around here since 1986. There's a movie out there, has to do with baseball, and it goes, if they build it, they will come. If you build it, they will come. Do you remember that movie? Well, that's the concern these people are having on Tropical Shores. Nobody seems to know how many people really come down this canal to use this facilities. And the better you build the facilities, the more people will probably be attracted to it. So we're doing all this, but they are concerned what might happen. And there's no answers. We've had very little information out of anywhere for a long time, and a lot of it seems to pop up in the last minute as an emergency. To start, we had to spend $1 million right away. It's an emergency. Somebody might buy the property. It's been for sale forever. It's unbuildable lots. The city's probably the only people that can build there. Then we spent $200,000 on mooring balls. We have to expand the mooring field. We need, that might be a good idea. So last week, we get this little drawing that pops up that we are always here. We're not doing anything. We're not having meetings. Here's a little drawing. It's tied to an engineering study. It's tied to an environmental study. It wasn't cheap, I'm sure, and this whole thing was made, this whole project's laid out, and now we want to vote for a grant. And we keep saying we might not do this. So I think a lot of these people think that we're getting, this whole thing getting railroaded right through. And there's a plan to do this. And once you get the grant and see that money, there's no chance that you're gonna walk away from it probably. That's the feeling out there. So it looks like there's 2 boat lifts that have popped up on this drawing for the city's use. I haven't heard anything what boats would be on there or how often they would go down the canal. But my feeling is here that nobody's actually done the homework to figure out how many boats may go up and down this canal a day. If you increase the mooring fields by 30%, that could be 79 slips, 2 people per boat. That's 160 people that could take a shower every day. If only half of them come, that's 80 people. If we're wrong on that, it could be 50 people a day. That's 100 trips in and out. So how many is it? Does anybody have a good number? Somebody threw a number of 10 people a day out there. Where did that come from? Is it even accurate? So the people seem to feel like this is a bad idea and it's being railroaded through and we've been lied to a lot. And I'm serious about that. We've been lied to a lot. Now, we have to...
You're gonna have to wrap up. You're gonna have to wrap your comments up.
I'm gonna wrap it up here.
You're over the limit, so please finish. Please finish.
Please what?
Please finish.
I'm gonna finish. I'm wrapping up right now. To apply for this permit, for this grant, this is all tied together. We have to show them all the information of what we wanna build, what it's gonna cost, why we're gonna do it. They just don't give us millions of dollars for nothing. So we're saying, well, we might not do this. So are we lying to them? What are we doing here? I'm asking that you don't take a vote or that you vote no. This is a backwards way to do it. We should have a plan for what we're doing. There's no backup plan for this. There's no other plan. So if the grant comes through, we're doing all this work and spending all this money, and what are we doing? And why are we taking this vote? This whole thing has been planned for April 1st all the way through. We had to buy the property.
Sir,
we had to do all this. I understand. I'm done.
You're over your limit, and you're beginning to repeat yourself. We've heard you loud and clear. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Marty White, and after Marty is Larry Abramoff.
Thank you. Good morning. Marty White, lifelong resident, Fort Myers Beach, live on tropical shores. I think what everyone has said should give you the information you need. I don't even see how you could come up with another conclusion. One thing that I would say is this is a commercial designation. This facility is commercial. Our canal is residential. Whoever came up with a plan to do this down a canal period, let alone a residential canal, I don't know, it seems had an agenda. I don't understand it. Bowditch was never really brought up too much. Everything's already in place at Bowditch. Everything's really already in place at Snug Harborside. I was at the last meeting and the gal here mentioned something about the dinghy dock is now a public dock, which meant maybe that it can no longer be a dinghy dock, trying to wipe that off the board as a possibility. Well, it's the only possibility. There aren't any others. People need to be responsible sitting here and take action. The vote needs to be no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Abramoff, and that's all I have after.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me for 1 second. Can I ask 2 quick questions before you put me on the clock?
No.
Okay?
No.
Thank you. Larry Abramoff, my 2 quick questions. Please, anybody who is against putting the upland facility here, please raise your hand. Thank you. Is anybody for it? Thank you. Okay, I think it's obvious. Larry Abramoff, thank you for what you do. I have been in a similar seat to yours over the years, and I know that it can be sometimes rather thankless. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a businessman. I won't argue laws, regulations, and ordinances. But I will argue dollars and cents and common sense. I've spent the last month attending meetings, reviewing videos, conducting endless hours of research. Putting the upland facilities at the end of our canal does not add up. It makes no sense. It is the most expensive, most intrusive, most inconvenient option. Expensive. $3 million of town and state money, all our tax dollars, for an estimated 10 non-tax-paying boaters using the facility per day. Over 20 years, that's $821 per flush. And please, get this straight. We support the mooring field and providing this facility in the right location. Extra money, what about parking, schools, traffic control, lighted crosswalks? This facility will also cost, by my estimates, $75,000 in annual operating costs. Inconvenient. It takes 30 minutes at idle speed to get here from the new mooring field. Are there better locations? The Anchorage Committee sure thinks so. Bowditch Point, run by the county, docks, buildings, toilets, showers, already in place. Add some laundry machines, share the cost of management, cleaning, and security, save taxpayer money. What about Salty Sam's, Moss Marine, Matanzas Inn, Snug Harbor, Snook Bite, Getaway, Gulf Star, Island Bay Marinas, all on the bay, all in commercial districts. Toilets and docks in place. If needed, offer them a subsidy. $10,000, $25,000, even $50,000 a year. The town will still save money. If necessary, we can provide for $166,000, according to the town notes. We can provide facilities. Looked at many of these alternatives. There's nothing wrong with looking again. Why rush? A grant cycle? A grant does not make this right. Grant money is still our tax dollars. And yes, I've heard the argument, you're just applying for the grant. Let's be realistic though. Why apply for a grant if you don't intend to use it? And what if you don't get it? Intrusive? In Estero Bay, it's a few boats of many. In our canal, residents will have to endure at least 10 boats down, 10 boats back, 20 trips a day, 365 days a year. That's 7,300 trips annually up and down our canal. Add more mooring balls, more boats. More dinghy docks, more boats. Add anchorage and town use, more boats. As many as 30,000 trips up and down our canal, mere feet from our backyards, our dining rooms, our pools, our
Larry,
bedrooms.
wrap it up, please.
Okay, I'll go as fast as I can.
No, you're over the top.
Imagine-
already. Finish, please, Larry. Finish.
I'm finishing up. Imagine a busy weekend, our canal will look like the traffic on Estero Boulevard. Am I exaggerating? Town docks state a goal to expand dinghy docks and create an outdoor recreation congregation space for mooring field customers. You're inviting every boater, moored or anchored in the bay, to come down our canal, fob access or not. Tie up, go to the beach or the Shamrock and get free parking. Look around. This is a commercial use in a residential neighborhood. Councilors, vote to apply for this grant, and you'll be voting to waste $3 million. You'll be voting to dredge some 25,000 cubic feet of mud. I'm almost done. You'll be voting to destroy our mangroves, damage our seawalls, destroy fish breeding grounds, chase out our dolphins and manatees, ruin our lives, and devastate our property values. Vote yes, and you commit the taxpayers of Fort Myers Beach to spend at least $75,000 a year maintaining this facility for the next 30 years. Or vote no to apply for this grant, to put in the upland facility here. Make this proposal dead in the water today. The numbers speak for themselves. Then we'll do the hard work to find a way to put this facility in a commercial zone where it belongs and save money for the entire town. Thank you again. I do realize I ran over, but I worked very hard to not run over too much.
I understand. Thank you very much. Anyone
That's
else?
all I have signed up, but the
Is it-
gentleman.
No, there's no applause in the chambers, please. Please hold the applause. Okay, is there anyone else here that's here today that wishes to speak that didn't have a card? Yes, sir, come on up. I'm going to ask you to remove your hat, though, please.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Wayne Murrah, and I am the newest board member for Carlos Point Homeowners Association. I do apologize. I've never been here before. I didn't realize I had to fill that out. But the board has asked me to come here to have on record that Carlos Point Association Homeowners Association opposes the beach renourishment project. And again, just want to be brief on that, and I apologize again, I didn't fill that out. So I'm a newbie, and hopefully I won't ever have to come back here again.
No need. That'd be a good thing for you. Thank you very much for your comments. Yes, sir, come on up. Identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Paul Jokel. I'm the managing partner for Colorado Southern.
Morning, Paul.
And we are on the, I thought we were on the docket for.
You are.
And I didn't see it on the print.
No, you're on. You're on.
Okay.
You're on a little further down the agenda.
Okay. Okay, I apologize for.
Oh, no problem. No problem. No problem whatsoever. Anyone else care to speak? I want to thank you all for your comments. I don't want you to think that I'm rushing you, but there's a certain amount of time we have to get this done, and but we do appreciate your comments. The town council, of course, listens to your comments, and thank you very much for coming in. So we'll move on. The next item is local achievements and recognitions. We'll start with you, Councilman Allers.
Two things real quick, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to congratulate the Shrimp Fest and yourself on two very, very fun parades that the weather unfortunately had a little bit to do with the Shrimp Fest parade, but they both went off well, and everyone, I think, had a good time. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I'd like to thank a couple members of our town staff for their assistance on Saturday. We did a cormorant rescue, and Chris of Public Works stopped and helped me, and then Nello came along and assisted with moving the bird back here for Crow to pick up. And during that exchange, I learned that Nello is soon to be retiring, and I want to recognize Nello for his 7.5 years of service to this town. I can't think of any town employee about whom I have heard more positive comments. He is universally loved. His service to this town has been unequaled. He's one of those people that's made this a great place to live. And I'm sorry to be losing him, but I understand why, and I wish him well in his retirement.
Well, I'd second that. We'll miss Nello for sure. And Councilman Adderholt.
Nothing this morning, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councilman Veach.
Well, I'd reiterate everything that even, with the shrimp parade, it was so deferred and so wanted that even a tornado couldn't dampen the spirits of a lot of the parade goers. And I also want to just really give another shout out to Ellen Vaughan and the Friends of Mount House for this event coming up April 8th. It's important. The money goes a long way, and it's a lot of fun, and the auctioning gets pretty wild. So if anybody is interested in attending that, I think it's a really good cause, and hats off to Ellen to organizing it.
Yeah, it was great to have the Shrimp Festival back, and I got a lot of calls and texts right after the parade ended from family members and friends and so forth, asking if I was in the parade, because they had already seen the reports of the waterspout coming ashore, and was everything okay? And I said, well, yeah, everything's okay. There was just minor damage, and I said the biggest complaint I heard was there was some guy at the bar at the Lani Kai that had his martini shaken, not stirred. But anyhow, we'll move on. Keep my day job, is that what you're telling me? All right, we'll move on to the next item is the approval of minutes, March 7th and March 10th.
Advisory committees.
Oh, excuse me, I missed the advisory committee. Okay, we have two people here for the advisory committees. Steve Johnson from Murrah. Steve?
Good morning, Council. Just glad to see you as always. Our last monthly meeting, we, as part of running through our normal agenda, we did come up with a recommendation on a particular subject. It's a Murrah recommendation for Bayside Park and Times Square outdoor lighting projects. Specifically, the recommendation is for pedestrian and vehicular safety. Please pursue a single consistent outdoor light color for walkways, crosswalks, and roadways throughout the entire downtown commercial district. Comply with the FDOT FWC wildlife area of concern, and install FDOT certified narrowband amber roadway lighting as has already been selected throughout our coastal community. Comply with the Town of Fort Myers Beach Municipal Lighting Ordinance, Division 20 lighting standards with the purpose to curtail and reverse the degradation of the nighttime visual environment by minimizing light pollution, glare, and light trespass, and provide the residents of Fort Myers Beach with a good example of responsible outdoor lighting. Specifically, use full, cut-off, and shielded fixtures, stay within the safe illumination levels stated in the town municipal lighting ordinance, eliminate the use of uplighting to prevent glare, light pollution, and aid in the conservation of wildlife and protect our night skies. Provide a year-round lighting solution that complies with all governing bodies while providing a safe, enjoyable environment that supports local merchants without extinguishing lighting for half the year in our downtown area. Do not create pollution, especially where it did not previously exist. And this recommendation of the Town Council was voted unanimously by the Marine Resource Task Force Advisory Board. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Next, Kathy Light from the Anchorage Advisory Committee.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Light, Chair of the Anchorage Advisory Committee. I am going to try to give a Reader's Digest version of how we got here. This is a partial paper of all of the things we've discussed in the Anchorage Advisory Committee. And I'm going to try to give a balanced view of our committee. We have 7 members, and we've spent 3.5 years discussing this question about whether we would take the provider in-house or whether we would keep it out of house. Our immediate former provider was Matanzas Inn. And our members, sometimes we've been all over the place on this question. Our committee, we had a meeting this week, and there's a lot of frustration and anger with the purchase of this property. And again, not everybody's on board with whether we should have or shouldn't have done this. But one of the things that we're frustrated about was we didn't get to do our vetting that we did with all of the other properties that we talked about. We probably, through the 3.5 years, I've been here a lot to talk with council, and we've met a lot of other people along the way. We've done pros and cons for the properties that we've looked at. This particular sheet, I have stacks of them in here, was comparing whether we should stay at Matanzas, do Harbor House, Bay Oaks. Many of the properties that were brought up today by members of the audience here, we looked at over the time. And Mike did a really nice comparison today about doing Bayside or doing this property here. I want to say that these lots, it's not the first time that this property has come up. But again, we never really talked about the pros and cons of doing it here. Essentially, it came up in passing several times. It's waterfront, it's behind Town Hall. The staff first brought up the idea of taking the provider in-house, trying to see if it would make sense to do it or leave it with a provider in September of 2018. And a lot of the committee at that time was not on board about bringing it in-house. We tried to get some financial information. We got lots of different figures. We couldn't really ever figure out if it was feasible to do it, to be honest. In May of 2019, Mark Kincaid of Coastal Engineering did a presentation for you and for us. And the one lot behind Town Hall was in that presentation, along with the easement on Virginia. And at that time, several members of the committee were concerned about having it in a neighborhood. It was talked about over the course of our time, talking about that neighbors would probably not want it in their neighborhood. In October of 2019, we had a meeting with the design firm, a co-meeting with the members of CRAB to discuss the projects at Times Square and Bayside Park, among other places. And that was the first discussion about putting the building at Bayside Park. We made a recommendation that fall that we should pursue having a building there, that the town should, as a multi-use structure, not just for the mooring field, but it would have areas for the town to use in other ways too. In May of 2020, we had a 30% building presentation. Again, talking about multi-purpose use. It's already been talked about the issue. It fell apart. There were various entities downtown that didn't want it there. The summer of 2020, proposal or an idea came about of buying 2 units at Harbor House. And in October of 2020, we recommended the purchase of those 2 units to Town Hall. It was explored and you know, it's been talked about. It was rejected, a lot of concern on council and on our committee, to be honest, that the HOA rules would get in the way for us to do what we wanted to do there. The committee, some people wanted Bayside Park, Bayfront Park, some other people wanted Harbor House on our committee. Again, it's in a commercial district. At Bayside Park, we own the land. Harbor House would have cost around $1 million, a little more, to buy it and to fit it out for us. After all of those proposals were gone, we were still trying to identify properties. Coastal Engineering gave a presentation to you, and in May of 2021, there were 7 properties identified. We got that proposal in the fall. These lots were in there, and we kind of threw out to the Virginia property and the fire property. And at that time, these lots were, out of 5 properties, 3rd or 4th, depending on who you talk to. In January 2022, just a month or 2 ago, Mr. Hernstadt came to our meeting and said that people were still looking for properties. It was an ongoing situation. The reality of that is it was already done. The resolution 2204 to purchase and to go forward with the property was dated the day of our committee. And we knew nothing about it until it was sent out to us 2 days later and came before the council on January 24th. So we had no way to do our pro and con list about the property. As I say, this is a partial comparison stack from 3.5 years of our committee working on this. As I say, we've looked 10, 12 sites and over that time, and we never really got to do our comparison with this particular site. The members have brought up in the past concerns that neighbors would have if it was in a neighborhood. And we were not able to talk about that here before the property was bought. Members have concerns about the dinghy docks and the mangroves as well. Again, there's frustration and anger in our committee. We feel this was rushed past us without our input and recommendation, to make a recommendation. Since we've been working on this for 3.5 years, we would have appreciated a chance to do our homework on this purchase like we did on everything else, and to give a recommendation.
Any questions for Catherine?
Kathy, thank you for that update. I did watch that entire meeting, and there was some heated moments in there, and I appreciate all the comments. And I believe towards the end, Madam Vice Mayor was trying to get a recommendation or explaining to you that she was going to come back with no report, that there was really not a recommendation from the Anchorage Advisory Committee. But you're speaking today that you, at least why I'm hearing it, is that you don't really support moving forward with the upland facilities back here, or there was no direction, and I understand Madam Vice Mayor shaking her head, but why do you feel that there wasn't any vote one way or another?
Because we never really got to do the work we did on all the other properties about saying, this is the pro of doing it here, this is the con of doing it here. As I said, I've got pages and pages of what we did with other properties. And we, as I say, this property actually has been sort of floated out there for years, but we never really seriously looked at it to say, we should go ahead because of this, or we shouldn't go ahead because of this. So there really isn't any consensus at this point, because we just found out that it was bought, and we haven't been able to do the work to make a recommendation at this
I
point.
won't put you on the spot for the entire committee, but I'll just ask you personally, what are your personal beliefs as far as, do you think there should be more time given to look at this property? Do you think we should not do it at all? Do you want to not make any comment at all? I kind of want to feel, as the chair of the committee,
Well-
what your personal feelings are.
As the chair of the committee, I don't want to make a comment, because, first of all, I feel, you did watch the meeting, so you saw some members of the committee speak. But there were others that just were, I think were a little bit stunned about, well, it's a done deal, so I'm not sure what I'm going to say here, kind of thing. My concern, well.
I hope that's not the case.
What?
That the committee's members would sit there stunned and not think that they could say anything. I hope that's not the case.
Well.
Because that's what, we want committee members to speak. We want to hear what they have to say.
I understand.
Okay.
This was, I guess, in getting a consensus about whether we felt you should go ahead with applying for the grant. There were some people that were gone at that time. We had 5 members there, so not everyone was there. And we had some members that spoke. My personal concerns, my personal choice in going forward was Harbor House, personally. The dinghy dock is there. I felt for the money, we were going to get what we wanted to get. I have concerns about mitigation of mangroves, in that, you know, for doing the dinghy dock here, in cost and going forward with that. I wear 2 hats a little bit in this process too, because I live on Chapel Street, so it affects me personally as well to have it here.
I would just say that there's a lot of things that are floated out by the public that I know have already been vetted by the Anchorage Committee. I've heard people talk about, you know, putting it in the Matanzas Pass Preserve or in Bowditch Point, places that we don't really own or have control over. And I would say, to the committee, that I would appreciate hearing their analysis, given where we are now, with this proposal compared to others that are available to us. We know more now. You've analyzed things, but then we learn the situation has changed. So I would really appreciate the committee giving us their advice, knowing what we would know now, knowing with the problems with Harbor House, knowing with the utilities and things under Bayfront Park, that what they think, and not look at this as something that is a done deal, that the Anchorage Committee still is a very important part of this process.
Well, I do, as far as some of the county, we looked at some of the county-owned properties, specifically one that was on this list was one over by Trico Shrimp. And Bowditch Point has been sort of talked about, but my feeling is that the town staff really wanted to own it, and that was the thing with Harbor House too, with the HOAs. There was something that was going to be over it, that they didn't completely own it, if that makes any sense.
I remember going through that, and also I was the chair of CRAB at the meeting when you first brought up using Bayfront Park. The Harbor House, my understanding, according to our attorney, is that it's controlled by the residential HOA, and they've taken away commercial parking spots and other things. So there was no guarantee that if you had spent your $1 million, that they wouldn't complain and change the rules, and you wouldn't be able to operate there.
There was a feeling about that, yes.
Yes, but again, I mean, I think that I really look forward to the input from the Anchorage Committee going forward, and I would not say this is a done deal.
Okay.
Where did that Trico shrimp idea, where did that go?
That was on the presentation that Coastal Engineering gave to you. I don't think I have it with me. I didn't print it out. It's like that. Last May, there were 7 sites. There was a property at a home on the bay, Pink Shell.
And what happened to the Trico one specifically?
Well, specifically for our committee, that was the bottom of our list. Is that what you're meaning? It's owned by the county, and it would be, you know, a relationship with them. There's no building on it. It's essentially a lot. And it was on the bottom of our, you know, list of priorities, partly because it's not on the island, one of the things. And secondly, because it's really in the commercial fishing and, you know, Kelly Brothers has all their stuff over there and stuff. And members of our committee felt that that wasn't probably a good environment for our facility to be. But we would be renting the land. I mean, we wouldn't own the land, essentially, either.
Any other questions for Catherine? Vice Mayor? Nothing?
Sat through all their meetings.
Yeah, she's been there.
Anything else, Bill?
Heard it all.
Thanks, Kathy, very
Thank you.
much. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, the next item is the approval of the minutes, the March 7th and March 10th, March 7th council meeting and March 10th management and planning session. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. The next item is a presentation on the update, pardon me, on the update on the beach renourishment project by Coastal Engineering Consultants. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much. For the record, Michael Poff, Coastal Engineering Consultants.
Morning, Michael.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. So, quick recap. You charged us, oh, thank you, with developing a beach management plan for the entire island. Started with the original project limits of the North Beach, but you also want us to look at all of the island segments. So I'll talk about all of the island segments today, and then talk about all of the homework and tasks we have before us to get to a project for construction. So I'll do a brief review of the design, our permit status, then talk about funding options, the key to public access, which relates to funding and how much funding you can get from the county and from the state, contracting options that the town will be looking at and considering, the erosion control line. I know there's some good comments and discussions from the public today. I'll talk about the erosion control line, where it is and where it has to be set. I think that'll help answer quite a few questions that the audience had. The construction easements that are required, and I'll explain why they're required and where they're needed. And then what happens during construction for those people who have not been on a beach during a construction project. And then what happens after. This is an overview of the project. We have the North Beach just for simplicity, we broke it into North, Central, and South. The North Beach is the area that was renourished in 2011, 2012, basically just south of the pier to the north end of the island. And the terminal structure was put in at the same time at the inlet. The Central Beach would extend through down to what is, I guess the easiest way to say this by property, would be like Leonardo de Arms and their neighbors. And basically, as you were hiring us, they came to you and said, we want to be in the beach program. And that's basically, we added that to the scope. We said, let's look at the entire beach, not just the north end, because of the significant erosion that's occurred in this one area on the island. The borrow area it's considered the ebb shoal bar area of the inlet. It was used for the original project, and it still has sufficient quantity for one more project. After that, we'll have to find additional sand for the future. That's down the road, but something to keep in mind.
Just before you go on, I'm going to, if you don't mind, ask a few questions as we go along, just for clarity.
Please do.
I noticed these lines you have on this map, and there's the beach fill, the limit of, landward limit of fill, and the erosion control line. How are those two related?
Sure. So let me get to some of the slides where I zoom in. I think it'll be a little easier to see.
Okay.
Would that be okay?
Well, the other question I have is, now this area you're going to talk about first, this is the area that was done 10 years ago, right? Or 9 years ago.
Correct.
And at the time, the ECL line was actually placed through the majority of the island, even though only a small portion was actually nourished.
That is correct.
So right now, there exists an ECL line that was never used for beach renourishment, but it's been in place.
That is correct. So the original project, which was a federal shore protection project, the erosion control line was set back in like 2003, 2004. The erosion control line is supposed to be the pre-construction mean high water line. And I have these slides that'll come later, but it's the demarcation between state ownership and private property ownership. So that when federal and state money, any public funds are used for a beach project, the property line of the owner does not extend to the new beach. It begins at the time of construction. So at that time, the project was to move forward, the erosion control line was set. One of the gentlemen mentioned that there was also a segment on the south end of the island. There was going to be a beach project on the south end, which is now a beautifully wide beach. Mother Nature has addressed the erosion in that one area, but we now have a different erosion hotspot to deal with. That erosion control line was removed because no project was needed, because Mother Nature took care of the erosion problem. So the south end had an erosion control line. It has now been removed, and that was immediately adjacent to the inlet.
But the erosion control line has not been removed.
On the central segment, that is correct. It was never petitioned to be removed, so it still remains in place today. And that's the part of the beach where the Corps of Engineers places the sand, albeit just off of the beach in the near shore zone during the dredging of the inlets.
Right. And I understand the purpose is that, and I think it's been through the Florida courts, the Supreme Court, that when the state adds the sand, the state owns the sand they add. Simplicities. So with the ECL, the only way that can be removed if it's petitioned by the landowners and it hasn't been renourished.
I will not say that that's the only way, but that is my understanding of how it would occur. I believe you, the town, would be the entity that would do that on behalf of the property owners, but I'll defer to legal counsel on the mechanics
Bill, why
of
don't you
that.
direct your question to the town attorney, and see if he can answer it.
We're talking about the ECL line.
Sorry, I might have missed that portion.
Okay, they did a renourishment program 9 years ago. They put the ECL down the majority of the island, as you can see, but only the first mile or so was actually renourished. And so we're talking about the ramifications of the ECL. I know we're going to get to this more later, but I want to clarify this before we go through the different segments, because there's different effects of the ECL as we go through the different segments. So now we have this ECL that's been out there since 2003. There's never been any renourishment. That apparently can be petitioned by the citizens and the council to remove. If they lay down an ECL line, all right, and they put sand down, but then through natural erosion, the beach goes back past where the ECL line is, can the ECL line be petitioned to be removed in that case?
I believe so. Now, is the question who would be the one to present the petition?
Yeah.
That's a great question. I'd probably defer to John on that one. I don't want to give you advice on that without researching that, but if you want to bring up that specific issue to the next meeting, I'd be happy to do so.
Okay, and I'm bringing this up now because I think it's an important ramification for a lot of the landowners up and down the beach about there is a detriment to the owners potentially by putting this ECL line in. That if you have natural accretion, it means that natural accretion is also fixed by, my understanding is fixed by that ECL line, so that property would go to the state.
Seaward from there, yes.
Yeah, seaward from there. And so if it becomes a value thing, if there's real erosion, if there's real, if it is really eroded to the point where properties are at risk, then maybe it's worth putting the ECL line for property owners. But if it's not, then they lose some rights without getting a whole lot of benefits. I just want to make that point before we go forward.
Okay, go ahead, Michael.
So again, we have multiple segments. We have the North Beach. That's the area that we renourished originally. I shouldn't say we, because I was not involved in it. It was the county, the town, and the state. The central segment is where the beneficial use is placed, and that's where the ECL exists that had no sand placed in the 2011-2012 project. There's an area about 3,000 feet long that's not critically eroding. It's not been designated critically eroding, and the issue there is that we have a ponding situation where during heavy rains in the summer, we have ponding in this part of the beach. The south segment is from R203 to R207. This is really important. So, because we're talking about the erosion control line, the only place that we will have to set a new erosion control line would be between R203 and R207. That is the only place we're proposing to put sand seaward of the mean high water line that would require us to set a new ECL. So the residents at Leonardo Arms and the Dunes and those condos that have come to council and said, we really need sand, that's where we'd have to set the erosion control line. Then south of there, for the last 3,000 feet, that has received Mother Nature's benefit of the natural accretion. We're not recommending anything because it's been such an accretional beach. There's no recommendation to put sand there. There's no recommendation to put an ECL there. I know one of the gentlemen that spoke had raised concerns about why would we put an erosion control line on that's such an accretional area. We're not proposing that. We're proposing to put sand on the beach where the sand that's there now, the template that's there in the profile, does not provide a level of storm damage reduction benefits for what we call a 25-year storm, which would be from, like, say, a category 1 to 3 storm. That's the level of what South Florida beaches are typically constructed to. It's a very common design standard in the industry in Southwest Florida.
So are you saying that the area that, I know you're not down there yet, but the area that you're talking about, filling, ponding area, that does not require an ECL?
That is correct.
You're all saying it does not generate any benefits to storms?
Oh, it definitely has a storm damage reduction benefit, but the beach that's there now is wide enough such that for the 25-year storm event, you would not have to add any sand in that area. So the sand placement there is purely to fill in the pond for a recreational benefit. There is a storm damage reduction benefit, and of course, for sea turtle nesting, there's a benefit to threatened and endangered species that use the beach.
And there's no change in ownership?
That is correct, because all of the sand will be placed above the mean high water line. Since we're not advancing the Gulf shoreline, there's no need to put an erosion control line in that section.
And we essentially putting this sand, paying for putting the sand on private property, not on public property?
That is correct. And the state will not do that, and the county will not do that. As of right now, you'd have to have 100% local funding. Now, we have asked the state to redesignate this area as critically eroding, and it's called continuity of management. You have an eroding shoreline to the north, you have an eroding shoreline to the south, and this project, this permit, is a long-term plan. It's a 15-year permit. It allows for an initial project and 2 subsequent renourishments. So that if your point of erosion changes, and we've seen it on this island in the last 15 years, where what was a nice, healthy beach is now lapping at the walkover and the seawall. And the beach that had been eroded and had an erosion control line in 2003 is now 300, 400 feet wide. So we want to permit, in the same effort, an island-wide plan, so you don't have to keep going back and getting permits all the time. So let's say that in 10 years from now, that segment that is not eroding today starts to erode, and you want to put sand there, you now have the ability to do that. So that continuity management allows us to then get state funding, which allows us to get county funding to help pay for things.
Because the permit will be in place already.
That's correct.
For people that may be listening and don't know what the addresses would be for the 203 to 207 where you'd have to add the line, maybe Roger, you could answer this. What would be the house numbers from that, in that segment?
I think, I think
Chad probably
Chad might
has
have
them.
those.
Chad's much better at the addresses than I am.
I just think it'd be good information for those listening.
We have pictures that zoom in on these segments, but okay.
Sure, so 203 through 207 does not require a line.
No, it does.
No, it does.
South, sorry, so 203 to 207 is the CWA. So that's where there is the CWA delineation that may or may not be intact, so an ECL may be required from FDEP.
What would be the
What would be the street numbers, if you can?
So from more or less the Wyndham, which is around 6666, and up until maybe the 7000s, where the not quite to where the CWA basically ends.
So basically, roughly 7,000 blocks south will not have the line, which they were worried about earlier.
Correct.
So Chad, while you're there, you just said, which may or may not be intact.
Yes, sir.
CWA.
Correct.
You want to expound on that just a little bit for us? Why?
So my understanding, there's litigation with regards to some property owners on the south end of the CWA that are contesting property ownership with the state that should be decided by a judge.
Okay, so what are the ramifications of that if, say, it goes out of state ownership what happens then to the cost of that project?
Oh, if I could.
Mike can probably answer that, I guess.
Yeah. If you let me get to that.
Oh, is it coming? Okay, all
Y'all
right.
have
I'll-
fantastic questions, but I promise you I'm going to answer.
All right, I'll wait on it. I'll wait on it. I'll wait on it. That's fine. Thank you. Thanks, Chad.
So here's the north plan. This is the renourishment section. So those of you who are able to see the presentation, these will give you the properties. I apologize, I didn't get street addresses, but we can easily do that. But this is the area that has the erosion control line and receives state and county and town funding for the original project. The template is pretty much the same, although we did an independent model study to look at the erosion from that 25-year storm. So there are minor adjustments, the main one being that we're raising the elevation of the beach. And that's important. We have sea level rise, climate change, resiliency and sustainability. So we are recommending about a 1/2 foot to 6/10 of a foot elevation change on the beach berm to address what's happened since the original design plan was done. So again, we have an erosion control line. We have 100% state cost sharing from the state and county because we have the public access, which is derived from parking, bus stops, bicycle racks, commercial properties, restaurants, and any vacation condo rental that's licensed with the state, the DBP, or the Division of Bureau of Regulation.
Department of Business Regulation.
Thank you, Roger. So you have to have the vacation rental condo status.
Mike, before you go on, any questions about the north segment before we move on? No. Okay.
So the central segment has an erosion control line, did not get funding or sand in the 2011 project. The majority of the beach is as wide as the design template, but we are recommending that elevation. And there's an advanced nourishment, which means, all right, if we want that beach to remain healthy for the next, say, 10 years, which is the life of the project, we need to add additional sand. But the Corps of Engineers places a lot of sand in this area. And in fact, we just learned in the last 2 weeks that the Corps of Engineers is scheduling another dredging project for 2023. And so Chad's already reached out and is communicating with the Corps of Engineers and has presented them with our plans so we can try to coordinate together and put the sand in the area of greatest need. So in terms of flexibility in the project with the budget and the construction, if the Corps of Engineers truly comes in and puts, say, 130,000 yards of sand in this area, that's sand you won't have to pay for or do. So there's some adjustment. So that advanced nourishment template may be filled on many of the properties when the Corps of Engineers does their project, because you can see a lot of the advanced nourishment would be underwater, and so they may fill a good bit of that for us. So there's some changes that may occur before you get to construction. There may be some areas that do not need to be renourished at the time you go to construction based on that beneficial use of the sand out of the inlet.
And Mike, just to reiterate, this section, the ECL was already in place. It's not going to be added under the new, what we're talking about now.
Correct.
Because I just can see the construction line is pretty close to the properties in some of these sections, like, for instance, what is it, 193 it looks like, looks like it's right in front of Publix area there.
Right.
The line gets pretty close to the back of those buildings.
Correct.
So just wanted to reiterate that this was here in place. It's not something that's being added.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
And
Now,
I'll just-
I just want to talk about this midsection too, because although you have one section, there's quite a bit of different circumstances. Where the northern end of this, there's quite a bit of sand. And then there's another section between like 189, which is the Baptist church, down past Publix and past Newton Park, where it's very shallow. And probably this ECL is right along the seawall, because often the seawall is determining where that high water line is. So there's some places here that could probably use renourishment. There's other places that have like a lot of sand right now compared to south. If that makes any sense.
I think we get that.
You had asked about the landward limit and the erosion control line. So using the cross-section, can I point to this?
Sure.
I know the people that are seeing me.
Turn it on.
Working, test. There we go. So a question was asked about the landward limit of fill and the erosion control line. So again, the erosion control line is the 2003 mean high water line, And we represent that by the solid red line on the plan. And as it was just pointed out, in some cases, it goes almost all the way up to the buildings. That's how bad the beach was in 2003. But the blue line is the mean high water line we measured last May when we did the surveys for you. And throughout the entire central section, the mean high water line is further seaward than the erosion control line, which means there's been accretion, and the majority of that is attributed to all of the projects the Corps of Engineers have done that have placed sand in the near shore, and that sand welds onto the beach. And also sand that was placed in the project in the north some of that has moved south. So this has been, in general, in the last 10 years, accretional, but it's low-lying. And so we have the profile in last May is this bold red line, and you can see that there's a little ponding area. So it's not as bad as we get to further south. I'll show you that diagram. But we're recommending to put sand to raise the elevation, again, for that storm damage reduction benefit, for recreational use, and for turtle nesting. If the beach is so low and the turtles nest 24 inches below the grade, and that's a ponding area, the
Nests will flood.
Thank you. They get inundated, is the word I was looking for. And this extra profile, the advanced nourishment, is so that we can maintain that beach through the entire 10-year period. But if the Corps of Engineers comes in here and puts all the sand out here and it wells on the shoreline, we may not need a lot of sand in the central section when we go to construction.
I just want to kind of clarify something you said, that accretion comes from lots of different reasons, not just sand that was deposited near shore. It can come from vegetation, storm patterns, lots of other reasons.
Absolutely correct. But I will say the majority of it is coming from that sand placement. If it wasn't there, it hadn't been introduced into the system, there wouldn't be, for example, if the Corps hadn't done these beneficial use projects, I don't believe you would have seen such an accretional pattern in the central section. Because there was at least 3 projects, that would be almost 300-some thousand yards of sand have been placed in this area in the last 15 years. So.
Yep.
I understand, but the sand doesn't, even when there's a storm, it doesn't go away. It usually gets banked offshore somewhere, and a lot of it comes back somewhere else.
Okay, Mike.
So the erosion control line ends, it's Lanark, right, Chad? Yes, sir. At Lanark. And so what we have is this area between the erosion control line and the critical wildlife area. The beach is generally very wide, but there's been a lot of ponding issues. You can see the discoloration in the aerial. And so, meeting with Chad and staff, what can we do? And so the idea is to that direction. And so here's a picture Chad took last summer. And so the idea would be is to add sand to increase the elevation of the beach that would then address the ponding problems. It's all being placed above mean high water. There's no erosion control line here now, and our recommended plan will not require an erosion control line. Only when you put sand seaward of mean high water and advance the beach do you have to put the ECL in, because then the state says we're not going to let you own any more sand after we put the beach project in place.
And you said that state funding would not be eligible?
At this time, but we have asked the state to redesignate the shoreline. Even though it's plenty wide, we've asked them to redesignate it. They have the ability to do that under what's called continuity of management. North Beach and South are both eroding and meet the criteria. There's an environmental benefit by filling the ponding area with regard to sea turtles, so the state has the ability to come in and redesignate this as critically eroding, at which point it does become eligible for state funding, which means it's also eligible for county funding and be based on those public access criteria. Any vacation kind of rentals, parking, commercial establishments, any parks that you own. So there is public access in the central section that would garner state funding. I shouldn't say central, I apologize. From this particular area, that is, there's no erosion control line, we don't need one, so we can get funding if they agree to redesignate it.
But that would not require an ECL.
Does not require an ECL, that is correct.
If I could,
Go ahead.
if I could just jump in here, just for the public's edification, they keep using the word ponding. I know that's probably a technical word, but it doesn't look like a pond. It's huge, and when they say it comes when it rains, but it doesn't go away when the rain goes. These lakes, as I call them, last for weeks, for much of the summer. So just so the public understands, it's not a cute little pond.
And now the subsidence that happens to cause this, now I understand some of that is just because the seaward part of the dune builds faster, because a lot of the water comes up from the water and builds faster. But now I've heard some of the public, some of the condo representatives talk about they're taking care of the beach by raking this. Does the raking, does it increase the subsidence that causes this ponding?
I think the raking is purely grooming. I don't believe that they're changing the profile through the raking. I don't think they're digging deep enough to really change the profile. I don't know that it'd be accelerated. What happens along Southwest Florida, it's very common to see this, is because of our low wave climate and our coarse grain sand, is we get this little elevation increase out at the water's edge. It happens here, it happens on Marco Island, it happens up in Charlotte, there's a dozen places that I see this happen. And so when sand gets deposited and it's coarse grain, it gets a little higher elevation, which then causes this potential ponding to occur, and it just magnifies and gets worse. And people have tried to scrape the beach and move some sand and do some things. The only thing that has worked to solve it is to raise the elevation of the beach, and that is by bringing in sand. That's been the only successful thing I've seen done here in the last 20-some years I've been doing this.
But vegetation would also raise the profile of the land. And my understanding, I'm not necessarily disagreeing, but I'm just saying that a lot of areas that rake, and there's a little area just north of this, it looks like it's private land that was also marked as a place to add sand. They tend to get depressions compared to the vegetarian area around it. And the other thing is, when it's raked, the top gets loose, becomes airborne easier, because there's nothing to hold it in place. And I've heard from some of the turtle people that the sand actually becomes compressed underneath the raked area. So it becomes less conducive to nesting.
They're supposed to use a certain tire pressure, and so if they're following their permit for raking, I don't know that it's going to actually, if there was supposed to be 10 PSI tires, I don't know that I would see some compaction.
I don't think it's from the tires. I think it's more from the activity just above the level. So you get a softer level, and then you get a more compacted level below.
All right, I think we're getting a little off the topic here.
Well, I disagree, Mayor. I think these are very important points to consider when we're talking about how we're going to go forward and spending a lot of taxpayer money on this beach action.
Well, as Mike stated, though, these folks that do the raking have permits. They have permits, and they're supposed to be doing it in the proper way, which is mandated by the state of Florida. So, I mean, if they're not following their permit, then there's a problem. But I don't know that that's the case. Go ahead, Mike.
So moving into, this is an area that is, again, not designated critically eroding. There's no erosion control line here. It's the beginning of the critical wildlife area. We mentioned we've petitioned to get the whole area designated as critical erosion. Chad mentioned that they have a lawsuit pending south of this area that could affect the critical wildlife designation and where private property and state property demarcation ends and begins. And so there'll be a lot more discussion on this stretch of beach. It's our understanding that the trial will be held in June or July this summer. And so we should have some answers from the state as to the fate of this area and what the critical wildlife area means to us. We are recommending to begin the beach fill at the critical designated area at R203. This is the area, of course, the residents that have been suffering through this erosion time have come to council. They've called us. They're working with us. They're working with Chad. I'll show you in a minute to maybe add some public access because they really want to be in your managed beach program. And right now it's the worst erosion area on the beach in terms of storm damage reduction. And certainly there's no recreational beach right now in this one area. We just can't put sand along 3 properties and expect it to stay. So we do want to add sand, we call it a taper. We do want to add sand around the point, and I'll show you that. So here's what we've designed to try to hold sand and keep sand in place for the south section. So this does not have it does not have an erosion control line, but we will have to put an erosion control line in place in order to use any public funds for the south segment. Which means that prior to construction, we'll have to go out and measure so probably say August or September of this year, we'll have to go out and measure the erosion control line, which is the mean high water line, and then go through a platting process. And in the future, that erosion control line becomes the property line for those particular properties in this stretch. This is the only place we will have to add an erosion control line under our recommended plan.
And Mike, sorry, Bill, just one second. Mike, between you and Chad, can you just give us a ballpark from where to where that is where you're talking about where you may have to add that line? Just a ballpark, Chad.
Yeah, it's like what the
I'm not going to hold you to it, but.
So Cresciente, it looks like, more or less, to,
Right.
you have, is it Sand Caper or Sun Caper? I can't remember. which
Sun
one.
Caper.
Sun Caper down on the south or the east.
Okay, thank you.
And would you have to add this ECL line even if it's determined that it's a state land already?
Great question. The answer, we believe, is no. That we believe if the critical wildlife area designation holds and it's state-owned land, we will not have to set an ECL. And that means 100% state funding for the south end.
Conversely, what does it mean if it doesn't, cost-wise?
I'll get to that. I do have those numbers for you. So our permitting, we submitted in December. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection, DEP, has issued their first request for additional information, an RAI. And so we're answering those questions. They're actually very straightforward. The only real point of note is because of the active shorebird nesting that occurs on the very south end of the south segment, it may affect our construction window. They are not going to want us to work down there during active shorebird nesting season because of all of the activity, and there's no permit that can be issued to move a shorebird egg. Sea turtle eggs are different. There are permits and allowances to move sea turtle eggs, but you cannot move shorebird eggs. So basically, from like April 15th to August 31st, they're not going to want us on that particular point of the beach. So we'll just have to look at our timing and our construction window and adjust things accordingly to make sure that we're not affecting the active use down there. We're applying for a 15-year permit, initial construction, 2 maintenance. It will also allow you to do what's called post-storm recovery, some hotspot maintenance where you could truck sand from an inland mine and put it on the beach. For example, Lee County did that after Irma. They put some sand on the beach at some of their parks. And so this will allow you, within your permitted time frame, you don't have to go back out and get a new permit. If there's an erosion, there's a hot spot, you can bring that sand in. And in any area on the beach, if there's ponding forming anywhere, if you have an accretional area, you can bring sand and regrade to try to address any kind of ponding issues that occur throughout the entire permitted limits.
I'll just note that when they did that, when the county brought in sand for Lynn Hall Park, that it was noticeably darker, and I don't think it was up to the exceptional quality white sand that we have here naturally.
I was the engineer for it, and I talked with Lee County about it. They have changed their sand spec accordingly. We have increased it to a very strict color. When we did all the testing, it met all of the criteria, but when you put it on next to the beautiful white sand of Estero Island, it was very noticeable. So we learned a valuable lesson, and so I do know that they have changed. And I have adopted that for your permit. It's a very high color spec. It's going to be hard to achieve at an inland mine. Basically, they're going to have to provide their product and literally bleach it with the natural, not bleach it, let me just say the sun will naturally take care of that, but you just can't bring it out of the mine wet and put it on the beach and expect it to be the same color. It's going to cost a little more, I will tell you that. But
Years ago, they used to, West Coast Inland Navigational District used to dredge it across from Matanzas Pass and throw it right up on that beach, and that was the end of it. But no more.
So, the big number, 23 million total. It's a big number, no doubt about it. This is, if you did everything in the plan that we've recommended all at the same time under one mobilization, it's a about 21 million, and then we put a 10% contingency on it. And so, what does that all mean? Well, let's get to the numbers. So to date, the TDC has given you $340,000 towards the design and permitting, and the state DEP through the State Beach Management Funding Assistance Program, $150,000. There is a range of numbers here. That's because of the ownership on the south end. So if the critical wildlife designation goes away, then the impact to the town is your share goes from 2.3 million to 3.6 million. And the county's TDC could go as high as 9.9 million. The state, right now, our application to the state that you approved last July asked for the 13.9 million, because at that time, state staff were telling us 100% state ownership, we'll pay 100%. So we asked for the 13.9 million from the state. If that designation goes away, then their share drops to the 9.1 million, which is why the local share goes up.
Michael, this might be the time to discuss generally. Last week, 2 weeks ago, the council was kind enough to appoint me as the new representative to the TDC, the Tourist Development Council, and I met on Tuesday of last week with the executive director for a couple hours, and then we had our first meeting on Thursday of last week. And again, I think this can all be worked out, but there were some serious concerns raised about our application and its ability to be approved by the county in its current form. They absolutely want us to be successful. That they have a great working relationship with your firm, but the way we've made application potentially invites initial denial of our application. I wondered if, and they're happy to work with us. I explained to them the way we applied helped us to be eligible for that state match, and that we don't want to affect that state match. They were going to do some research on that. So I just encourage you and the town's team to reconnect with them and see if we can sort of mitigate this early in the process. Again, everybody wants us to be successful, but I think they prefer we procedurally go a different direction through the application process. And if you don't want to comment now, I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that and that we have a plan to address their concerns and still be successful for the island.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the appointment, first and foremost, and thank you for doing your homework. We have met with all of the same people you met with, Chad, myself, Allison, and so the successful path forward the county wants us to take is to do what's called an out-of-cycle application and enter into an interlocal agreement that would allow them to pay you back over 2 or 3 years. They don't believe they have the funds to do this all in 1 year. That's why the concern was raised. And I will say, in fairness to them, our project did get bigger. If you recall, we started out with the north segment, so when we started this, even the very first thing we did with you was put an application into the TDC to get funding. When we showed them the projected costs, it didn't include the entire island. Very quickly, we added scope to our contract, and so in between the time they saw it and now, of course, the project got bigger because we went all the way, including the south segment. And the state came back and said, well, we may not be able to pay you 100% on the south end. So we asked the county for 9.9 million just in case the state can't pay us the 13.9 million. So we've put applications in asking for the maximum from each agency. One or the other will pay the max, but it won't be both of them, if that makes sense. So
you're obviously having ongoing communication with them, because right now there is consternation about procedurally how we're approaching this, and let me know, or so we can let the county, if there's anything we need to do to help you conform with their process, but at the same time achieve our goals.
Right.
Let's figure out a way collaboratively to sort of address all this. But I think these are legitimate concerns, and hopefully we'll figure out a process where everyone can benefit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, you kind of mentioned that, is the expanded scope of this project detrimental to getting our financing? Or the contributions from the county?
No, it's just more money, which means they have to be able to pay you back over 2 or 3 years versus in a single year.
All right, so the money that's available, we're exceeding it.
That's
by
correct.
A greater amount.
That is correct.
By the expanded scope.
Correct. Captiva just did their project, and they did the same thing with Captiva. Captiva came in and they said, we need this. They said, we don't have this, but if you do an interlocal agreement with us, we'll do it over a couple of years. They reformulated, did the interlocal, and now it's moving forward. And that's what we're going to work on with the TDC.
Thank you.
Roger, maybe this is a question for you. You mentioned that the paying it back over 2 or 3 years. That's from the county or from the state and county or both?
So obviously everything's reimbursement. They're all grants. But the state will pay you back right away. So typically it takes about 90 days from the day you send your report into the state and asking for reimbursement. So every month of your construction period, we're going to help you prepare a application for reimbursement to the state, and within that 90 days, you're going to get the money back from the state. The county will do the same thing, but it'll be maybe, if it's, say it's a 3-year payout, it'll be 1/3 of the amount they owe you, and then subsequently in year 2, you're going to get a check, and in year 3, you're going to get a check to pay you back.
So Roger, what's the plan? I guess I'm trying to figure out what the plan is then the town's got to put up the money first and get reimbursed. So what's the plan to pay for it?
Next slide.
All right, I'm sorry to jump ahead.
So
It's
no.
kind of like we're working as a bank for the county.
Isn't that ironic?
So Roger charged Chad and I with figuring that out, and so, sorry, it's coming up. I promise you we'll get to it. As I mentioned, public access. So you get more money for county and state opportunity to cost share by public access. The north end's 100%. After that, it goes down because you don't have public access everywhere. But you have a lot of public access, or you have those vacation condo rentals that have the right designation with the state. Chad has been working with the residents on the south end to make sure that we have public access in the event the critical wildlife designation goes away, or if the state comes back and says, we don't own this land anymore, then we need a couple of public accesses to make sure we get as much state cost sharing down there as we can and raise that percentage as high as we can. So he's been working with the residents. We've gone out and done some surveys. One of the options is to do a 5-foot wide public access that's marked out to the beach through their parking area. There's bus stops in this area. Of course, the neighbors across the boulevard. And so this would count as adding public access and would continue to get us some credit. And that's a homework assignment. We're still working on getting that all together, but ultimately it'll have to be platted. And then this one just came up, so this is a redevelopment, and you acquired a public access as part of the approval process. And so this one is happening as well. So kudos to your staff for, looking at these and trying to find public access points where we need them.
So I'm just kind of curious. So the first one, the one through the parking lot, that would actually have to be deeded? It'd have to be a dedicated right-of-way?
It would be an easement.
Easement.
Easement in perpetuity, or at least for the life of the project. You have to provide the easements for the life of the project.
Okay. But the second one exists as a...
It's a development condition.
Sorry?
This one is a development condition.
So it exists now?
I believe it's being
It's not built,
finalized.
but it's a condition of development.
I see, okay. Development has not been done yet?
It's in progress.
So Mike, is that $1.3 million difference the town would have to pay depending on the outcome of the CWA? Does that include getting this or not? I'm just saying, if this goes away, would that number go up, or is that $1.3 million difference a worst case scenario?
That's the worst case scenario.
Okay.
It would just come down a little bit if we get more access. Okay, so contracting. So if you, the town, proceed with the project and you contract it, then yes, you have to have all the money, or at least the ability to have that money. So Roger has put us in touch with your outside fiscal firm that goes to the different sources within the state. I guess it's called the State Revolving Fund, is that correct?
It's one place.
So one place to go is to borrow low interest, your share, plus the state and counties, knowing that the state's gonna pay you back in the construction period plus a couple of months, and the county's gonna pay you back over 2 or 3 years. And so you carry that money and you use the payback to turn around and pay the bank back. And so that's one method to go, and that's puts it all in your hands and in your control.
So what is the town's plan for the say it's the 2.3 million to cover our share of the costs?
Well, so the short answer to that is that we're going to have that very in-depth discussion in our budget process as to what things we can cut back on, what things we could add, what things we could defer to meet this schedule. So yeah, there'll be some adjustment on our part to try to raise money. We don't have the money, if that's your question.
No, I kind of gathered that, but I was just trying to get a forward-thinking thought as to how we're going to pay for it. If we have to pay for the whole thing up front, it's gotta have some effect on
that's not feasible. So I mean, we really don't have to worry about that. If we can't borrow, for us to do that, we would have to borrow the money, and we don't have a place to borrow it from yet. So that's not really a feasible solution. That we're going to loan be the county's banker per se.
Okay, Mike.
Another option would be is that Lee County is going to construction on Lovers Key and Bonita Beach next year. So another option would be is to you, the council, petition the board to say, would you allow us to piggyback on your contract? I believe it's allowed through purchasing. That's something that staff is triple checking, but there are purchasing rules that allow you to use Lee County's contracting mechanism. So if a contractor is here working for the county, you could go to them and say, we're going to piggyback on that contract. You're already here, so there'd be a huge savings in terms of mobilization. The only catch is their borrow area is 20-some nautical miles as the crow flies in the outer continental shelf. The contractor that does that work is not going to be able to use the Ebb Shoal borrow area. It's two different size pieces of equipment. And so what might have to happen is you would ask the county not only to piggyback, but you'd ask them, may we use the sand source that you identified? It's not theirs, it's in federal waters, but we'd have to jump through some hoops to get you into the permit to use a different sand source. It's beautiful sand, it's compatible with the beach, and so that's a different option. And so if option one does not come to fruition, if the fiscal firm can't find you the mechanism for you to be in charge of it and you do the borrowing, then this is option number two, is we reformulate a little bit. We add the borrow area offshore and we work with the county to be successful.
Mike, I got a quick question. You mentioned the Lover's Key job. Did we lose our place in the queue? Were we to proceed before Lover's Key? And I love my friends over at Lover's Key, don't get me wrong. But were we number one and then they were going to be number two and that got flipped?
Which queue are you referring to?
The order of what jobs were going to take place and when? The Renourishment jobs.
I'm afraid I don't know.
You're not familiar with that?
Any queuing of the projects?
Like the cycles, we said we're out of cycle funding, so we got out of the cycle somehow?
Well, I think the the situation is that the county's facing several areas are going forward with beach renourishment projects at the same time. And there's really has been no sort of smoothing of the schedule as best I could tell, so that they're not taking a multiple hit in a short time frame period. But that being said, they are the county, and they have the best ability of all the entities to manage their revenues to adjust for this.
Just to add a note, having been the prior TDC representative, an out-of-cycle grant is not unusual at the TDC. It's been done for Sanibel on more than one occasion when I was there and probably for others. So just so that everybody doesn't overreact to that term, it does happen, and it's not unusual.
Right, that's not really a concern, as you state.
I'm just saying this for
Yeah,
everybody's
right.
edification, because that term sounds like, oh my gosh, out of cycle. No, out of cycle happens rather frequently.
No, that's correct, that's exactly correct, and thank you for making that clarification. The issue is that, they, like we do, put money in, pots or buckets for different uses. And they say, okay, and every year we're gonna spend X on beach renourishment. And when they have years that, they may have years where it's nothing, but when they have years that exceed what they set for the limit of that bucket, it creates them some issues that they have to work through. And our case with them is very simply that if there's more money needed than is currently in the bucket, whether we advance that money or they advance that money from another bucket. And of course, our position is that they do. So we'll have to work with them to see how we can do that collaboratively.
Okay.
We also talked about, you talked about the scope of this being just really 15-year plan for permitting. Now, I assume there's really no, is there a budgeting item to see how many mobilizations we would have over that 15 years, or is it assuming there's gonna be one mobilization?
Great question. So we designed it for a 10-year life. The existing project has performed admirably. We're coming up on 10 years. Obviously, storms affect. So the goal would be is to provide this wonderful plan, and you have 10 great years or longer. So in 15 years, you'd have a second project. Your first, let's just say in 2033, you'd look to line up the next project, which would be in your 15-year analysis, would be a second MOB.
So that would be a part of the contract, but not a part of this budget?
That is correct.
And now, is there like a hybrid approach? Because it seems like the most critical area that needs renourishment is the area around the Leonardo Arms. Is that maybe we could piggyback?
Did you read my presentation before you came today? That's
Actually, I did, and it required a nap in the middle, but because it's a very detailed presentation.
I have that right here for you.
Okay.
Here's the hybrid approach. So if the Corps of Engineers comes in 2023 and places sand along the central beach and really fills that template, then you could go do the north segment, repeat the initial 2011 project from the Ebshole Bar area at a significantly reduced cost, and then piggyback with the county to do the south end. And so that would be a way to break this into two contracts, reducing mobilization costs. So there is a hybrid approach that we're working on as well, yes.
So the short answer is we're basically looking at every and all options.
Okay.
A lot hinges on this summer and the lawsuit and how the critical wildlife plays out.
I think I remember the last renourishment that within a few months, Tropical Storm Debbie came, which is a very erosive storm.
Yes.
And half the sand that was put down was banked offshore.
So let's talk about that. So why in the world do you do beach renourishment? Well, it's because you have a eroding beach and you want to have a healthy beach for recreation, for the species, turtles and birds, et cetera, and that storm damage reduction benefit. And then, if and when that storm hits and you have that erosion, and it's deemed a catastrophic event such that you're eligible for federal assistance, then FEMA will pay their fair share, which could be as much as 90% of the fund, to put the sand that the storm eroded back on the beach, because they know that that's in their best interest for storm damage reduction benefits. So if you get, and it's another reason why we're doing the whole island. If we put the whole island into an engineered beach and we put sand across the whole island, you're now eligible for FEMA to come in and pay for post-storm recovery. So I was asked to put together a pay-down schedule. So this is basically over a 9-month period. And so this was for planning purposes so that the county and you can look at, all right, how much money do I have to have? So you don't have to have all the money in the bank the day you start construction, as long as you have the ability to draw those funds from whoever you're borrowing it from to make this payment schedule. And again, knowing that the DEP reimbursement checks take about 90 days. So after month 9, expect by month 12, you've gotten your last DEP reimbursement check. You've gotten either half or 1/3 of your county funds. Again, this is based on doing the entire project, start to finish. I can go back to here if you want me to.
Although for us, it's pretty much that's all within one budget cycle.
Well, yeah, well, it depends on when we start and when we don't, but I think the real problem is that when you look at these types of charts, and you say, okay, all right, if our goal is to be able to flip money around in 90 days, what's our 3 biggest months of outlay? And what's our share within those large numbers, assuming that we're not fronting the whole thing, as was one suggestion. So how much money do we have out of pocket in a 90-day, or if you want to be conservative, 120-day period? And then that goes back to Councilman Al's question. That's really the amount we have to budget. So and we're working on those numbers.
So the erosion control line, we've talked a lot about it. Again, it's the demarcation between state and private property. It will only have to be established from that R203 to R207, which was CWA. Basically along the CWA. If the CWA designation goes away and the state says it's now private property to the Gulf of Mexico shoreline. We have to do it within 6 months of construction, so looking at probably doing the survey this fall and then working on the process over the next few months to get it platted. It's a policy at the state. It's a Florida statute. I'm not going to read it because it's on the slide, but suffice to say that this is, in order to get public funds, this is how you have to do it for a beach project.
And if the ECL line exists, then it just stays.
That is correct.
And
Yes.
Councilmember Veach, to follow up on your question from earlier, it's an excellent question. If you wanted to petition, who would file the petition? So it can be done by either the council to the board, or it can be done by residents. If the residents are going to do it, it has to be done by the majority of the homeowners that are within the erosion control project by written petition, or residents can individually file for a variance or a waiver.
So an individual property owner could apply for a waiver.
They could apply for a waiver to themselves.
And if something like in the north case where you have this ECL line that is 1/3 renourished and 2/3 not, so 2/3 not are probably eligible, then would it be the majority of the entire?
Whoever's within that project, it has the majority of the property owners that own, they have their riparian rights on the linear properties that are within that project have to submit the petition.
So here's the schedule for the ECL. Again, coming this summer into fall to do the surveys, and then it's several months of processing, and there's a public workshop. It'll be held here. The state will send a representative that will proceed as the hearing officer, and so they take public comment. They also take comments in writing. There's a huge mailer that will go out. You'll have to mail out an explanation and maps of the erosion control line and what it means. And so the public process will have another opportunity to comment on the ECL for their properties.
So Mike, if I can just kind of try to sum this up a little bit, just maybe for the people that are listening. Currently, the way it sits now, the ECL line ends where roughly?
Lanark.
Lanark. And there's not one from Lanark South.
Correct.
And should nothing change with the CWA, there would be no need to have the ECL that we're talking about from the CWA area.
Correct.
So nothing that the constituents we're talking about today, it wouldn't affect them.
Correct. Correct. Only if the CWA goes away and the state says we no longer own to the mean high water line and it's owned by private property, Would we have to come in and put the ECL then from that section, Leonardo Arms, that whole area?
So there are a few benefits to leaving that intact the way it is. That's CWA.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Cha-ching, 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 absolutely.
Yeah.
State-owned land gets you 100% state cost sharing.
Right.
And no erosion control line.
And no control line.
Correct.
Geez, if that lawsuit went away right now, that would solve the whole problem.
I was hoping you wouldn't go here, Mr. Murphy.
Well, I did.
Well, for the public's benefit, they need to know that this lawsuit exists because someone is retaliating against us because we refused to let them build the bridge across the lagoon. So it is a retaliatory lawsuit by one or two owners on the beach.
Which is gonna cost us a small fortune.
And
It
so-
already has.
And so that I understand that, that this area is where there's been a lot of erosion, right? There's two areas, all the things you mapped out. You know, the middle is pretty stable. There's areas that are accreting, but then at the north end and this area, the two areas of the beach where we've lost quite a bit of sand.
Correct.
Now, if there's no state ownership, then there's no CWA. Is that correct? Or is,
I won't go there, but I will say that they may try to do some other designation. That hasn't been discussed. I don't know what their plan would be if they lose the lawsuit.
and then this is an area too that is, part of it is condos and part of it is just houses that have no beach access at all.
Correct.
Now, the area that you're planning on renourishing, is that kind of a minimum effective area you need to make it work?
We went ahead and tapered the beach along what is designated critically eroding, which gets you your cost sharing. So we could shorten it up a little bit. I wouldn't want to go much shorter, but we don't need to go longer.
Right.
Maybe we'd go a little bit further north. Might be the only thing we'd want to do, knowing that some sand would then trickle down into the area and help.
So the area around like Leonardo Arms, where we have the biggest conflict between buildings and the Gulf.
Right.
There's a potential if we could shift this a little north and get more into the area where we have matching and less of the area where we don't.
It really doesn't work that way. They don't break it down by property and say, I'm going to pay 80% here and 30%. It's across your project reach. So it's the averages. So how much public access do you have between 203 and 207? It's like maybe 45%. And so the state will pay half of that, which would be like 22.5%. Then the county kicks in their share, and then you're paying the rest.
All right, thanks.
So construction easements are required because some sand is being placed on private property. We don't want to just have this ditch on the land side of the property. And so you have to get a temporary construction easement. So Chad and legal counsel are working on an easement document that will be sent to all the property owners in the project area that's going to receive beach fill. So the question is, why must I sign my easement? If you want sand on your property, we want you to sign easement. So we have this beautiful continuous beach without what happened in the original project. Going to the diagram, one property did not sign their construction easement, and so the erosion control line goes right along the seaward edge of that standing water, and so sand was placed on state-owned land, which was seaward of the erosion control line, placed up to his property line, and then created a low-lying area. He did not, or they, I don't know who it was. I was not involved. They did not sign their easement.
I do.
So they didn't put any sand on that particular parcel, on the private property parcel.
All right, so Mike, just so everyone here leaves with a clear understanding that these easements are just for a limited amount of time to do the project, and then the easement goes away.
That is up to you and up to them. It is your plan. What we recommend is you get it for 15 years plus 3 more, because there's 3 years of monitoring that's required. You can do it for initial construction plus 3 years, or you can do it for the life of the permit plus 3 years. That's really a decision that you all make as
Yeah, I
as
think,
the
as I
town.
think about it, I think we should do it for the project, and then we should do it, and then get a right of entry for the monitoring. So that way, we, although it's a very small part of people's property we'll be using it for a very defined period of time, and then it reverts back to them, and then They just understand that we'll have to be on their property from time to time to do some monitoring.
Mike, is it, if I'm reading this right, it would be a 10-foot easement that they would be required?
No, actually, the easement goes from basically the erosion control line to the landward limit of fill. That 10-foot wide, that's a whole different story. That's the dune planting area. And so the easement is from the erosion control line, or in the case of the area that's ponding, from the mean high water line landward to the landward limit of fill placement, because that's private property. The town has a dune management plan. And so if the property does not have any vegetation, and Chad, correct me if I'm wrong, but you want to have vegetation along 80% of the frontage, a minimum of 10 feet wide.
All right,
And
just,
so-
just to be clear about this construction easement period, so the project, as we have it laid out today, is 9 months, figure worst case with mobilization and demobilization, 12 months, so our construction, our construction easement would last approximately 12 months and would go away. And I want some of the people who represent condos and other properties to understand that.
That's the construction easement, but then there's a continuing maintenance.
No, there's monitoring, which would be by
Monitoring.
right of entry, which just basically means we can walk on their property.
Right. That was the objection of that property owner up by the pier that year. He thought it was 25 years, people were gonna be all over his property all the time, and he didn't wanna give that up, So, and eventually it all filled in, so, but,
Tropical Storm Debbie. It was pretty nasty until that storm. So, yeah, 'cause I think originally the easement was gonna be in perpetuity. That raised a lot of eyebrows.
it was long, yeah. But, anyhow, go ahead, Mike.
So this is our sketch, so this really explains it well. And so this red line is your existing beach profile, this is elevation, this is distance offshore. So this point is either the mean high water line, if you're at the ponding area, or the erosion control line. And so private property is landward of that line, and we do want to put sand up there. If you didn't let us do that, then the sand would pile up here. As you saw in the diagram, you'd have standing water in here. And as we just mentioned, because of the town's dune management requirement, if you're getting sand and you don't have vegetation, the town is going to plant vegetation, right? The town will do that. And so that's another component of the project.
What if there is already vegetation in the easement area?
I believe it has to meet the 80% 10-foot wide. I guess that's.
And how does it change your operations? Are you burying that in sand in the easement area?
We try very hard not to bury any dune vegetation, but if, let's just say that because of continuity of the beach, there'd be a big depression if you don't, we would cover it and then replant it. So the goal is to start late summer of 2023, 9-month construction window. At this time, we're not going to dictate north and south, but we may have to, depending on timing, environmental windows. We may have to direct the contractor to go either north first or south first. What I didn't point out, and maybe I have it here coming up, is I guess I do, is where the pipeline corridors will come up to the beach. Good, I did that. So, okay, so again, the bar area sits offshore. We found these corridors. We mapped them to make sure there was no hard bottom protected resource or any kind of cultural resource. And so the pipelines will go to the north segment and to the south segment. So kind of zooming in. So it's the straight shot. So basically some of these pictures are for some similar construction projects. So the pipeline will come up onto the beach. This is a contractor used a ramp barge to bring some equipment in. You have a bulldozer on the beach. They have a piece of equipment that picks pipeline up, and so all these things are going to be happening. And once the pipeline's in place, so here's what it looks like at the south end, they'll make a connection to a landside, and then they turn the pipe and go 90 degrees onto the beach. So typically, especially at the south end, they're going to have to pump for a couple of days to build a pad to be able to work on. Now the North Beach still has some pretty good beach width, but they're going to build this pad, and then they're going to use their graders and dozers to level it, smooth it out, and then they're going to advance. And so this pipeline will be on the beach during the construction period for those segments. So like the north central section and the south up to central section, assume half of the construction period, there'll be a pipeline on the beach while the contractor works. So there is a minimal disturbance. We do require them to put sand ramps about every 100 feet so that people can walk over the pipeline. There will be places where equipment will be mobilized. We suggest at Newton Park, because you own that, that's your park, and you're not putting lots of equipment in front of other people's houses. But recognize they put construction fence. They usually work about a 500-foot area, maybe a 1,000-foot area. They'll put construction fencing to keep people out. They can't be at the high-pressure discharge. And they'll have security and safety. They'll have their trucks, their equipment, portalets, all those things. And then that moves down the beach. So they're typically in front of any one property for maybe a week at most till they advance that 1,000 feet and go and keep going down the beach. Of course, if weather happens, they might be there a little longer. But it's a construction site. I mean, that's what's going to happen. And so for those people who have not been here for a beach project, there is going to be some minimal disturbance during that period. Then we have to do tilling, so every 3 years. This is why we need, and so Roger, we'll have to talk about this right eventually, because it's not just monitoring, there's a beach tilling requirement. So we are pulling a piece of equipment that does loosen the sand for sea turtles. That has to be done for 3 consecutive years after construction. So if we finish, let's say we finish in May of 2024, then 2025, 2026, 2027, we have to till the beach. And then there's the sea turtle, sorry, I didn't think I would turn it off. The sea turtle lighting, there's compliance requirements. So once you have raised the elevation of the beach and put this beach in place, there are 2 lighting surveys that are required. And so I know you work on this all the time with your staff and with Turtle Time and the environmental community to try to use those appropriate lighting for your beachfront zone. And so there's a compliance standard that you have to abide by and make those reports in addition to the regular annual monitoring that they do.
So does this mean that since the beach is raised in elevation, that maybe there are some lights that are visible from the beach that weren't beforehand?
That's what the FWC, that's why they require the lighting compliance, just to see if that is really true or not. We're only raising it 0.6 of a foot up to 2 feet in some areas that's really, the ponding area, it's really low lying. And so, but we're connecting to existing grades. So I honestly have never asked the turtle monitors, and it's something we could ask them, is have you found that that's the case? I don't know if it is or not, but the FWC, it's a permit condition they require as proof that you haven't introduced any new lighting issues that you got to address.
Questions for Mike?
There's the update.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you all.
Very comprehensive. Any additional questions for Mike while he's here? Bill?
Oh, I've got a couple.
Oh, go right ahead.
I did notice, I was looking through your historic charts, and there's still, there's a couple areas that I'm a little bothered with it. It seems like the central area, the northern part of the central area is accreting, and it's been consistently accreting, and yet we are going to renourish it. I'm a little confused about it. To me, that seems kind of counterintuitive.
Well, you're absolutely correct. There are areas that don't need a lot of sand. In this case, we want to basically add elevation. So as the pipeline's coming down the beach, let's say we just finished the north section and we're going to go continue to the central section, that area you're talking about, that's about 2,000 feet, it's going to get a very small volume. If you skip it, then they're not eligible for FEMA. So let's say a storm does hit and takes sand away, and you say, well, we skipped this 2,000 feet. Well, they're not part of your facility. You can't get any storm damage reduction claim in a post-storm recovery project. So there's a lot of logic to putting, even if it's just a small amount of sand, to keep that profile uniform and raise that elevation and keep it continuous.
Okay.
Good question. Thank you for doing your homework. I really appreciate it, because you obviously spent a lot of time on it.
I don't know, there's probably some hungry people who need a bathroom or
This is your time, Bill. If you have more questions, you feel free. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
I think that the beach and the quality of our beach is the reason why most of us are here. So I think it's a very important topic, and I appreciate the effort you put into this.
No doubt about it. Any other questions?
Thank you as well for your trust in us. And if you have questions afterwards, get them to Roger, to Chad, or you can call me directly too. I don't mind having those conversations. The more we educate you, the more you can educate everyone on the island. So
Like, did you bring any of your cards with you? Did you bring any cards?
They're in the truck.
Does anybody carry those anymore? Okay.
I usually don't. I got a couple in the truck. I can run back out.
Don't worry about it. We'll get it online. Final call for Mike here. Any other?
Going once, going twice. Sold.
Thanks so much.
Thank you all very
and,
much.
We
Appreciate
look
it.
forward to your continuing efforts here.
Thank you.
You said it, Councilman. Does anyone want to take a break here for 10 minutes? Yeah, okay. That was emphatic.
And
All right,
in
well,
addition, if we can warm the room at all, I'm literally shivering up here.
okay.
Sammy, I think, can.
All right, let's break for 10 minutes.
What the issue is with that?
Well, you got about 3 hours, Dan.
I have one, yes. I'm usually loud enough to, I don't need it.
Is that town issued, or is that
I think it is.
an estate sale find?
I have one of my own in the office, but it's a sledgehammer. Okay, we're back to order here. It's 11:49. I've been made aware by Councilman Adderholt that he may or may not have to leave early. So he's requested that we take an item out of order because he certainly wants to weigh in on the discussion. And if the rest of the council has no objection, I'd like to move on to the next item, and that being item C under the administrative agenda, which is the resolution about this grant application, agreement and grant administration. Is there any objection to us going out of order and getting that out of the way? I'm sure the Tropical Shores folks wouldn't object to doing that. Any objection?
No, I'm trying to find it. This is C and,
It's C on the administrative agenda.
I look, I want it being behind B,
So what I would like is, if I may, is for someone to put forth a motion either for or against, and then we'll talk about it. And if that goes anywhere, fine. If not, we'll do something else.
I'll make a motion that we move the item, nope, I don't have it.
It's Resolution 22-09.
Okay, I'll make a motion to move Resolution 2209 forward in the agenda.
Second, but I'm not sure that's what the
Yeah,
mayor was
that's not-
asking for.
No, it wasn't, but that's all right. We'll do that. We'll do that first. Okay, any objection to that? Okay, that carries. Now, what I'm really asking for is a motion either to approve the resolution or to deny the resolution or delay or do something with it.
Well, just, you say you want this motion early on to, in order to have discussion?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move that we adopt Resolution -2209 for the purposes of discussion.
Okay, is there a second for that?
I will second for the purposes of discussion.
Okay, it's been seconded. Madam Vice Mayor.
Well, I have questions I'd like to ask, but the person I'd like to ask is Jason, so I'm going to ask that Jason come in, and I'll cede and let somebody else talk first until Jason gets here.
Okay, good enough. Councilman Veach.
Okay, well, this is in order to apply for a grant, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean we use a grant. It isn't to approve the construction. This is to apply for the grant. So if we do not apply for the grant this year, that would stop things moving forward. If we do apply for the grant, it is not an approval, but it just doesn't stop us from going forward. That's my understanding. Is that right, Roger?
Correct. This is an authorization to apply for the grant. Of course, we may not receive it, we may receive it, or we may receive a lesser amount, which may be inadequate for our purposes. So, as a general rule, I will say that it's not a good practice to apply for a grant that you know that you're not going to move forward with. But if it's a matter of timing, whereby you're facing this April 1st deadline and you're not sure you want to proceed, there's no harm in applying for it if you deem it appropriate and making that decision down the road.
And this grant is to use our $1 million property purchase as a match for potentially a $3 million grant.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Yes, our money would be, for this funding source in particular, a match is required, and it's our understanding from talking to our counterparts with the state that our $1 million could theoretically leverage up to $3 million.
Okay.
Dan.
Jason's here. I don't know if Madam.
Oh,
Chair would like
that's
to get
right.
Her question out of the way first. So.
Jason, Mr. Green, can you come up, please?
The one thing that I haven't heard any discussion about is what are the potential possibilities on this property should the town not use it, and I haven't heard anybody talk about that. So Jason, my understanding is that at least 2 homes could be built on these parcels?
Yeah, I believe the parcels on the west side of the canal behind us are the RM zoning district residential multifamily. And there could be 2, or at least 2, yes.
And my understanding is that there are 2 parcels, but potentially 4 lots. Am I using that terminology correctly?
I believe so. There was a subdivision of the, or rearrangement of the property lines several years ago, it looks like. So there's multiple parcels back there.
So potentially there could be 4 homes built
Potentially.
On the lots that the
on the entire, both lots?
that the town purchased?
Yes.
Not the 2 that have not been purchased?
Correct. I'm trying to compare and contrast what we might do with what the other possibilities are should we, say we decide this was a mistake from the beginning, we're going to sell this land and it can go back to whatever it could have had happen to it.
Yeah, and that's for the west side. The east side has a commercial boulevard zoning district.
And so what could go there?
Offices, similar to what could go here on our site, existing site.
And how many buildings would that be, or how large?
It's based on the floor area ratio, so I don't know the acreage of that parcel, but I believe it's a 1 floor area ratio somewhere in that neighborhood. So whatever the equal square footage of the property is, could be a building 2 or 3 stories in theory.
And of the homes that could be built there, the areas that they are in is a weekly rental district?
Yeah, so everything on the street, I believe behind us is RC, and then on the west side, those parcels you're talking about were RM, and those are weekly.
And those homes could have docks behind them with jet skis and boats?
Correct.
Do you have anything that you could add? I'm not a person experienced in your area of expertise as to what else potentially would happen with this property?
No, I mean, the only thing I can go by is what the existing zoning is. I don't want to get into what could be based on, obviously there's other zoning districts and other uses that could be allowed per the future land use and the comprehensive plan. That'd be a little speculative to get into that, but the zoning currently allows what you talked about.
But from what I'm understanding, it sounds like there would be much more intensity of building than what we are proposing. There could be many more buildings there than what the town is planning to use it for.
Everything has to fall within whatever the code says for that zoning district, correct? So,
Okay.
So I just have a quick question. Now, when you do density calculations, a lot of the lots here are on submerged land, right? The lots include submerged land. Now, does that submerged land count towards the acreage for your density calculations?
So no, not if you're creating parcels and subdividing land, but if there's lots of record or there's existing lots that were approved to be subdivided, that evaluation or calculation was considered as part of that, hopefully.
So
for example, if you took a large chunk of land that was along the beach, there is a density that goes with the part that's EC, but that's a separate zoning district. So that would be, you would do the separate calculation for that acreage than you would do for the part that is RM or RC or some other zoning district. And so it's really 2 calculations that you do. It's the same with the canals being the separate water bodies, that they would have a separate calculation.
So in one use, they would include the submerged land, and another use they would not?
As far as calculation for density, if you're creating lots, there's really a 2-step calculation. On the other hand, when you have lots of record that are existing, there's portions of our code that allow you to round up for density, and you actually can use the canal and the right-of-way to get your square footage up to be able to get closer to 2 units per lot. So that's a whole separate issue.
These are lots of record.
I believe so. So it's really 2 conflicting calculations, but there's 2 different ways to do it.
Vice Mayor, were you done?
I wasn't, but I just wanted to let Jason know that I don't have any further questions for him at this point.
Thank you.
Unless somebody else does while he's here.
Well, hang around, though. Hang around.
I guess the other things I would say, I've considered this really, really carefully. I have great sympathy for the situation. But when I look at this area, there's a lot of things that I've taken into consideration. One is that the fire department is going to be building on the canal right next to it, which looks very similar, and there's going to be institutional uses going on there as well, which abut into a canal. I spend a great deal of time on a canal which is just south of Egret Street, and at the end of that canal, there is a business called the Dolphin Inn. They allow all the people who come and stay at the Dolphin Inn the possibility of docking. They have a huge area of docks there. Many, many boats come, fishermen rent at the Dolphin Inn, people go up and down that canal. I have spoken with my neighbors who live on that side of the street. They did not indicate that they have had a problem with the Dolphin Inn and the boats going up and down, and that includes boats much larger than dinghies. There are large fishing boats that go up and down their canal.
Was it objectionable to yourself?
I haven't had a problem over there. I will say, though, I live on the canal on the other side. I don't live on that canal, but I spend a great deal of time over there at a friend's home. So I've observed the boats going up and down the canal. I want to say for the record that for all the people who were listening to the public comment today, that I was sorry to hear so many people say that homework hadn't been done, options hadn't been explored. Having been the representative to the Anchorage Advisory Committee for many years, this term and my previous term, I know they've put a great deal of work into looking for options. They had explored many of the places that were mentioned and found that they were not possible for uses. So I just want to put the word out there that many, many people have done a great deal of homework trying to find a location, and many of the places that were mentioned have already been found to be not possible for various reasons. There is no way that we could have the use of a mooring field office in the Matanzas Pass Preserve. They won't even let us do a bike path through there for public use. So that's just one example. So I just want to get the word out there that many people have been looking at this for a long time, and it's not like this option came up out of nowhere and we didn't consider all these other possibilities. The Anchorage Advisory Committee has looked at this many, many times. The idea of the commercial provider, I believe the town even put out bidding for someone. Matanzas no longer wanted to do this job. We have talked to other providers who also did not want to take this over. My understanding is that marinas can make much more money using their property for other uses than to lease it to the town. So many of these other options that have been mentioned of marinas and various locations, they don't even want to work with us. The other thing I'd like to mention is that I heard a lot of people say things that were just flat out wrong. And I really would ask that people do their homework before they come to these meetings and make public comment about things. Again, the Anchorage Advisory Committee is a source of information. If they would check with those folks, they could get information about these things. But many things were said which were just flat out wrong. And I find that discouraging, because then people say, I heard at town council that XYZ is true, when indeed it came out of public comment and it's not true at all. The people who made the public comment didn't do their homework. And I'm not going to call out specifically what those were, but it's very discouraging that that happens. My inclination at this point in making my motion is that I think we should go ahead and apply for the grant. And that's part, without me going on and on, that's part of my reasoning.
Okay. Other comments?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
you're done, Madam Mayor.
I am.
There's a few things that first I wanted to address. I did watch, as I said, the meeting, and one of the things that was brought up was the Bayside Park building, and even today, Mr. Ratliff has asked us to give our explanation as to why that doesn't work. And despite what some things were said about bending to one business owner, in my opinion, that had nothing to do with it. It had to do, for me, that it was in a park. I don't believe an upland facility belongs in any park, whether it's that park, whether it's Newton Park, whatever park it is. I don't believe that a park is supposed to be a park, and that was my decision as to not wanting to go forward with that building. So hopefully that satisfies something, Mr. Ratliff, you had asked for. One of the other issues that I've tried to weigh is, you know, I do some of my best thinking floating on a boat, believe it or not. So I did yesterday spend some time in that canal because I wanted to go down there and kind of see it from the water's view so I could understand some of the concerns that the constituents had. And I myself live on a canal, so I'm fully aware with boats going by. I expected that when I moved to the place where I live, that I would see boats going by. I wasn't naive to the fact that there was going to be boats going by. So I went down there just to see how wide and potentially how many mangroves would need to be trimmed to get down there. My boat's 24 foot long, and it's not, you know, it's typical pontoon. There was a pontoon yesterday that was moored off the dock that I had to go by. And I purposely tried to turn around between the mangroves and that boat, being that's going to be the narrowest section of that canal if someone's there. I was able to do so very easily. It was at high tide, but I was able to do so very easily. So that was one thing that I considered. I also have been trying to weigh the pros and cons as far as putting that building down there. We're in a situation where nobody wants it in their backyard, but everybody thinks we need it. The people by Bayside Park didn't want it in their backyard. You guys don't want it in your backyard. I completely understand that, but it's something that I think is needed, we have to have. For me, it comes down to financially. How much money does this mooring field make? Do we have a rough number right now annually what gross money this mooring field brings in?
The mooring field is not allowed to make a profit.
Okay, I understand that. So that's part of the thing that I've been trying to think about is we're going to build a potentially $3 million asset that the taxpayers are going to pay for with no added benefit other than owning the land. I think there's a lot of unknown questions. I'm all for the mooring field. I'm all for the upland facilities. I was one of the people that discussed this location. I completely understand it. I think where we have it now seems to make the most sense. I said that when we were talking about buying those two buildings. I just think there's too many unanswered questions to move forward with something that I feel if we apply for the grant, we'll have every intention of using it. Maybe that's not the case, but I agree with what the town manager said at the last meeting. We don't like to be in the practices of applying for something we're not going to use. I think that we have a facility that's serving its purpose. I think we have some time available to, we may not make this grant cycle, maybe it comes up next year and we can revisit it, but there's just too many unanswered questions for me based on everything that I did to go and check out the property and look at the numbers and look at the feasibility. I just feel that I'm not going to support voting for the grant.
Councilman Adderholt.
I have a question for the town manager first. It's interesting to me that this hasn't come up, and so I will give you some time to discuss it publicly, just for everybody's benefit. Could you describe the current situation for the upland facilities? What are we doing right now specifically? I know what we're doing right now, but in terms of just give a brief thumbnail sketch, but also the long-term prospects of the existing status quo upland facility. If you just give a kind of an overview on that, Roger, that would be helpful, I think.
Well, we have staff here who work with this every day, but what I can tell you is we just recently entered into a lease for space, and we're subject to the obviously we'll meet our commitments in terms of paying our rent, but we're subject to the whims of the landlord with respect to his willingness to continue to rent it to us and at what amount. So we entered into this lease for a couple of reasons. One is, as I think some of the councilors mentioned, we asked the county if we could use any and all of their facilities. They said no. We went to St. Carlos Island and asked them if we could use their property there, and they said no. We put out multiple RFPs to see if any of the private businesses either on San Carlos Island or on Starrwood Island were interested in having the upland facilities on their property as part of their operation. They said no. So we have to provide a upland facility somewhere. We have what I believe is a short-term solution at Matanzas, with Matanzas at Harbor House.
Could you just, I don't want to interrupt you, but could just flush this out a little bit. So Matanzas is still involved.
We're releasing from Matanzas at Harbor House. They own a unit at Harbor House that we're releasing from.
But Matanzas, on their property, do they serve in any capacity at this point? So it's
No,
all.
they just happen to be the prior service provider and happen to be the unit owner at Harbor House who we're leasing from.
So it's all Harbor House at this point?
We're leasing at Harbor House from
All the activity occurs at Harbor House?
That's correct.
And there is a capability to renew that lease then, potentially, right? I know we're not in control of our destiny, but we could continue to stay at Harbor House under the status quo. Is that fair?
Well, we're at the initial term of a lease, so the answer is yes.
So that lease could be renewed?
Well, that's subject to the landlord, but right now, it's not like the lease expires in 30 days.
I understand. I'm just trying to get a sense of where we are currently with the status quo.
If I could just add briefly
Please.
to that. We are looking to expand the mooring field. That's somewhat at the request of people at the north end of the island because people have been mooring out there and discharging, et cetera, et cetera. So we are in the process of expanding the mooring field, and my understanding is that if and when we do that, that Harbor House will not be adequate anymore as far as the amount of facilities available. So for the time being, it's possible, but long-term, it may not be.
So is it fair to say that the current location works with the existing number of mooring walls, but would not work if we expanded the mooring field? Is that fair?
I think that's a fair assumption.
And is there any opportunity to expand our presence at Harbor House?
I don't know if there's additional adjacent units to expand to, or we would have to relocate to a whole different set of units if we could find a willing landlord. I can tell you that the whole sort of Harbor House situation was, I don't want to say it was ideal, but we sort of, kind of got a square peg into a round hole to buy us time to try to find a more permanent solution. So I'm not saying that if you don't do something now, we'll go off the edge of the earth, but I do think that we are facing a situation where we're gonna have to find a permanent home for this operation in the near future, not necessarily today.
Roger, maybe I missed something when we were talking about the Harbor House. I could have sworn that a question was specifically asked if the 2 units at the Harbor House would be sufficient to service the mooring field if it was expanded. And the answer we were given was yes.
No, the answer's always been no.
And I apologize, then I must have missed.
Let me see if I could clarify that. When we were gonna buy 2 units,
That's what I'm referring to.
we thought we could, again, squeeze in there, but we don't have 2 units now.
Okay, and whatever happened to, there was some discussion about doing something underneath the bridge in the parking lot there. Maybe it wasn't a publicly talked about thing, but I know you and I had spoken about it a little bit. Whether it be a trailer, whether it be some movable thing that could service if the upland facilities couldn't be at the mound or the.
As a interim solution, not necessarily as a permanent solution.
Yeah, I would just wrap up then by saying a couple things. I've to Dan's point earlier, Councilor Allers's point about, explaining our vote against the facility at Bayside Park. A couple things on that. I think it's a fair question and deserves an answer. I think various aspersions have been cast as to our motivations on that, and I'll be quite honest with you with respect to my motivation on that building. First of all, in fairness to the previous council who was exploring that quite extensively, that was hit right in the middle of when COVID began, and basically the ability to communicate with the council, the ability to communicate, period, everything kind of had froze and was overshadowed by COVID. So that whole process for the building it was disrupted and disruptive to everyone. That being said, The way I saw that particular issue as a new counselor was, as Dan said, not only is it a park, but unlike the Gulf of Mexico, the beach side, which has a litany of beach access capability, where the public can access the beautiful beaches and the ocean through the various accesses. To see the bay, for the public to be able to see the bay and participate in the beauty of all the activity in the bay, that park is really a critical vista. And yes, it would have still been somewhat accessible, but it would have been obstructed, I would argue, significantly. And to me, that was important. And I think that view corridor to that bay in a public setting was really important. And I did not think a large building there obstructing that view was appropriate. And so that's my answer to that. Second of all, a lot of concerns have been raised about damage to mangroves, damage to the larger environment, damage to privacy. My concern is really sort of damage to the people's faith in the system. This has happened so quickly, so abruptly, and I don't think there was ill intent behind it, but procedurally, this has been so aggressive with not a lot of data, not a lot of analysis. And I'm not saying work hasn't been done in the past, but with respect to this particular proposal, there's not a lot of specifics yet. And I'm concerned about damage to the system. There's a lot of cynicism towards government, and I can't in good conscience vote to proceed at this point procedurally without a lot of additional study, not only at this option, but of many other options that have been presented, including the existing facility, which seems to be working well. So that's my position. I will be not supporting this particular proposition today, and I'll be voting no.
Okay. And just before you, because I said my piece, but I really said my piece, so I was waiting for Jason to come. But I'll tell you that I met with many of the people who are here in the audience today, and I came up with a few conclusions. And one is that it does seem like, you know, the Tropical Shores community would be a nice street to live on. They seem like very nice, engaging people, very passionate about their canal. When I was talking about what the issues they have, as you probably heard them over and over again, just distill them down to a couple of points. The dinghy traffic and the disturbance that caused was probably the number one on the list. They talked about disturbance of the mangroves, either trimming or coming back in shorelines. They had concern about noise and activity at the facility itself, and about the rush, the perception of a rush that this seems to have gone through. I think that of those, I think that things like noise from the facility can be managed well with us defining what the operational terms are for the facility. I think that as far as the disturbance of mangroves, which I'm a big fan, like the Vice Mayor said, I understand that the baseline is not undeveloped mangroves along that canal, because so much of that canal is privately held that it will eventually get developed. And when it gets developed, there's probably a pretty good chance that there'll be more disturbance of the mangroves in private hands than there will be under the town. And I think that there's a way that we can reduce the disturbance of the mangroves by things like putting a bridge and a dock out on the other side of the mangroves instead of building it into the shoreline. As far as the traffic on the canal and the disturbance of the nature, I don't see any way particularly to mitigate with the facility, because there will be more people going down. When, as opposed to if, the other properties get developed, whatever resolution comes with the Jameson case, there could be a lot more significant disturbance of that canal from the private property development than there would be from the town. I really understand the rush, and I understand the concerns about it, because we've been working on this for years. I've been involved I was a chairman of the Crab Committee when the Anchorage Committee, we had a joint meeting, and they first proposed putting something at Bayfront Park. What they had proposed turned out to be completely undoable, because that park is also the major utility easement for the island. So our water, our sewer, Everything goes through there, and that's why the building ended up being kind of a odd-shaped design, was because utilities that are going through, through that park. And I have sat and watched the Anchorage Committee and others search through a litany of different potential sites, and none of them seem to work out. The fact is that it may be a commercial facility, but it is not financially feasible for us to pay what it would take to take over a marina or a commercial bayfront property. It's just a very expensive undertaking, and this is not that kind of operation. I also think that from the town standpoint, and we as town councilors have a certain responsibility to make prudent use of the money, that the fact that we can spend $1 million and potentially get $3 million in a grant to do the building is a very fiscally prudent thing for us to do. That I don't know if that exists in the other properties that we're looking at. And I think from the efficiency standpoint, being close to town hall would make personnel and logistics much better, and have more eyes on the facility. It wouldn't be an isolated island. It would be near where town hall is looking at it. So I think if we do go forward and apply for this grant, I think there's still time to change. It's maybe not optimum to like the manager said, to apply for the grant and not use it. But there's been a lot of talk about options, and I think that this puts us on the clock to either come up with options that are viable or move forward. So from that standpoint, I will support going forward with applying for the grant, but not necessarily to imply that I would approve whatever the final design would be.
Okay. Anyone else? Roger, we bought a decent piece of property back there, and in the event that it wasn't used for this upland facility, it could in fact be used for something else, right? We could use it for additional town hall space, we could use it for additional storage, we could have the maintenance people underneath, and so forth and so on. There are other possibilities, are there not?
Up to, including, selling it or a portion of it in the future, yes.
Right, okay, so we're not ham-hocked here, we can, okay, well, I've heard pretty much everything I need to hear from my colleagues here. So what I'm gonna do is call the question here. The motion was made by the Vice Mayor to approve Resolution 22-09, which is the FBIP Grant Application, Grant Agreement, and Grant Administration, authorizing the town manager or designee to apply for, execute related grant application and grant agreement documents, and administer a grant from the Florida Boating Improvement Program for funds not to exceed $3 million for the construction of upland services for the mooring field operations, providing an effective date. It was seconded by Councilman Veach. I'm going to take a roll call vote, so there's no question about how everybody voted. Councilman Veach.
I vote to go forward with applying for the grant.
That's an aye. Councilman Natterholt.
No.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Councilman Natterholt, Allers.
No.
And I'll vote no as well. So the noes have it today, and that's tabled for now. So we'll move back on the calendar here, the agenda. We'll go. We've done the beach renourishment. We'll go back to the consent agenda, which is a special event application for a private anniversary party at Newton Beach Park on May 29th, 2022. Is there a motion to approve this consent agenda, this item?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Questions? Roger, does that close the park down for the whole day for those folks? It is. That's Memorial Day weekend, isn't it?
The hours are on the application.
The hours are on, yeah.
I looked for them. I didn't see the hours. But what were the hours? Anybody?
I'm getting there.
It was 1 to 9 o'clock, and there was on the fire one. I didn't see it on the town's application, but it was on the fire.
1 to 9. And is that the whole, that's the building and the beach and what have you?
Allison's here if you
Yeah,
want.
Allison is here.
I'm just, okay, Allison, come on up.
Good afternoon, Allison Geeson. The hours are from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. for Sunday, the 29th.
And what does that involve, Allison? They have the whole park?
They just have the cottage. We're
Just-
renting the cottage for an anniversary party.
Oh, so it'll be inside the cottage and
It
people
will
milling
be.
around, but other folks can still use the beach and the picnic
Yes.
tables and so forth?
And the restrooms, yes, it'll all be open. They're just renting the cottage, and since there's alcohol on the premises, I needed to get council approval for that.
And does the town charge a fee for that?
They do. We have a rental fee that's set in our fee structure that you all approve every year, so there will be a fee associated with that.
You know what that is off the top of your head?
I do not.
All right, don't worry about it. All right,
I will get back to you on that. I did not do my math yet, because I needed this to be able to go forward.
those are just some questions I had. That's fine.
Okay.
So what anniversary is it?
Yeah, it is minimal.
It's minimal.
Minimal, okay.
What anniversary is it?
It is a private event, and I don't know I didn't ask questions as far as what year it was for, but it's a family that's getting together for anniversary party.
Well, I just want to make sure it wasn't taking up the whole park on a holiday weekend, you know?
No, it's not, and they're not, they don't have any parking spots reserved either, so I think they're gonna be able to get there and not have any in reservation of the parking spots as well.
Well, happy anniversary to whoever that is. And
I know, and I know I have the
Have a good
rental
time.
fee, but.
any other questions?
I guess the only comment I'd like to make is I don't want this to start setting a precedent. My understanding is that consent agenda items, we don't ask questions about. And if you think you have a question about a consent agenda item, you ask at the beginning of the meeting to remove it. So I don't want everybody to get into that bad habit that we start treating this like everything else, then we might as well not have a consent agenda.
Yeah, well, I guess I should have pulled it myself, but I didn't think to do that.
The rental is $750 for that.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Allison.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I have a doctor's appointment that I have to leave for, so I apologize for departing, but appreciate my colleagues'
Okay.
cooperation. Thank you.
Get there by 5.
Good luck. Okay, the next item is, we go into the public hearings, and this is Resolution 22-12, SEZ 202-10129, consumption on premise for outdoor seating at 6241 Estero Boulevard, which is Charlie's Boathouse. And this is either to approve with conditions or denied the Resolution 22-12, granting a special exception authorizing the extension of the restaurant's COP to allow service to an outside area, 830 square feet, within 500 feet of a dwelling unit at Charlie's Boathouse. This is just a resolution, right?
Mr. Mayor, this is a quasi-judicial.
It is, so we have to, okay.
It's been properly noticed. Anyone in the audience, if you're going to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth in the testimony you give today?
I do.
You want to come up, sir, as the applicant? You have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, thank you for hearing this request. My name is Paul Jokel. I'm the managing partner with Colorado Southern. Colorado Southern is a corporation that owns Charlie's Boathouse. And as I mentioned at the other hearing, we had to redesign our parking lot for the expansion of Estero. And so we ended up with an area that we couldn't use for parking, and with the COVID and the incentive to try to get people to eat outside, we created this patio. And then we learned after creating the patio that we needed a license to serve out there. And so this is what our request is, and it's on the other side of residential, we had a hearing or sent out notices, and we didn't have any negative complaints or.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Jokel? Bill?
Did you get any responses at all from the neighbors, or just no responses?
We got responses, yeah, that people have lived there for years and enjoy the restaurants and have never had any complaints, so. We personally didn't get the responses. I would expect the county or the town sent the responses out.
To my knowledge, we haven't gotten any objectors. The original requests that came forward from the proprietors were that because of COVID, when people, spacing issues and loss of inside tables. The other thing I think should be acknowledged by the council, and I'm sure you will, is that for those of you who are like me, who tend to occasionally eat at that restaurant, the old parking scenario was very difficult because it was one way in and you were trapped and you had to try to find room to make a U-turn and come back out. And now you have a through traffic, which increases the efficiency of the parking lot. But the unfortunate part was as was stated, they lost some parking spots, and they also had an area that became dead space. To my knowledge, I believe the table's been out there for about 6 months, and we haven't had any issues whatsoever out there or any complaints or anything. So now it's just officially allowing them or not allowing them to serve alcohol out there versus just having it as a waiting area or a food area.
Right. Paul, I want to ask you one favor. I lived on Curlew Street there, and after the lot was redone, now this doesn't have too much to do with your COP request, but when the lot was redone, the people come in from the Bahia Via side, the north end of the property, then they come in the park, and then they're supposed to exit out the south end of the park property on the Curlew side. And you had written down on your asphalt, exit only, exit only. Well, that wasn't happening. And all season long and prior to the season, what's happening is people are darting in off of the boulevard into that exit, and it's causing a problem for the people that are walking up and down that street. So this is my ask of you, and I don't know whether it has to be a condition or not. I hope it doesn't, but I would like you to put, you have one stop sign, and it's on the Estero side of the exit, which is now bent like this, and the stop sign is really facing the people down on Curlew, or it's bent the other way. I forget now. The wind may have gotten it. I don't know what happened. What I would like you to do, if you could, is to put two stop signs, one on either side of your exit there. Stop for the people to see exiting, so they stop. And then on the reverse of those stop signs, no entrance, or whatever the proper language is to prevent people or to stop people or to notify people that that's not an entrance, it's an exit. Because I've seen a lot of close calls there, and I'd hate for somebody to get hurt, right there. So
I agree. I'd like to do like the fish house and have those triangular signs and identify it from Estero. This is an exit and this is an entrance.
Well, maybe we could work on something like, maybe if you could work with the staff or something on something like that.
And that's, they would have to be on that right of way, the sign, to make it
work
or feasible, but I think that's the best solution.
Are you proposing that as a condition for this?
Well, I really wasn't prepared to do it as a condition, but I think you know what I mean.
I would be careful because we're not sure we have full control of that situation.
Of that property, yeah.
Yeah, that might be, the county may be involved with that. So I think you have a willingness and good faith.
Yeah, I'm looking for just a little cooperation. that's all.
Definitely, because I've been in that situation.
Good.
Going out.
So you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a problem, and we're gonna work it out.
Good enough.
But overall, I would commend you. I think it's a huge improvement of what you've done with the property there, and I am one of the neighbors who received a postcard, and I have no complaints with the situation, and have heard none from my neighbors as well. They've always been a good neighbor, and really went above and beyond during the Estero Boulevard project to make things better there. Would you like me to make a motion so that we can continue discussion, or do we need to do public comment first?
Yeah, and I don't know if the staff had a report to make either, but,
Can I ask Mr. Jokel?
yeah, sure, hold on, Paul, 1 second.
Quick question for you, Mr. Jokel. How do you plan on serving the alcohol out there? Are you gonna have an outdoor bar? Is there gonna be a pass-through window? Are they just gonna go in and out of the door? How's the alcohol gonna
It'll
go?
just be, they could either take it out from the bar, or we will have wait service. And we would probably service it through the back, and then there's a ramp.
Okay.
Would be, because our front entrance would be pretty difficult for waiters or service people to go in and out of that front door. So it'll probably be the back side.
I mirror the Vice Mayor's comments. What you've done there is very nice. The inside looks nice. You guys have done a great job.
Thank you so much.
And just for the record, I know most of your partners, and I know the girls from when we were all younger, and the one partner, Dick Murphy, is no relation to me, but although I've known Dick for a long time. He's a good man, but, so thanks so much. We'll hear from the staff. Jason.
Good afternoon, Jason Green, Community Development. I'll be brief since it's moving along. Special exception 2021-0129, obviously the application you've already read, Mr. Mayor, for the 830 square feet of outdoor dining area. Just for the record, the restaurant does not need a special exception for consumption on premise. It is the outdoor seating that is triggered in our code that requires a special exception. So essentially, the special exception is for that 830 square foot area. Staff has reviewed the application and recommended approval with conditions. The LPA recommended approval to you with those same conditions. Those conditions are on 157 of your packet, dealing with noise, amplified music, and timing of service. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions for Jason? Go ahead.
Jason, with the follow-up question that I just asked Mr. Jokel, with the bringing the alcohol in and out, was there any discussion, I didn't get a chance to watch the LPA meeting on this, but was there any discussion about making a condition that they use the back ramp area and not the front door? Or
No, actually there wasn't. The service technique didn't come up. It's a good question though.
I'm just curious if it's a feasible thing to do that, just worried about the parking lot, people walking out the stairs there and going into the parking lot too. Just kind of disappearing if they have to go up the back way, but.
Right, I think the only discussion was the applicant mentioned about it was kind of a waiting area and it's turning into a table area. And then we talked about the building itself as kind of surrounding the service area. So it's really only facing Estero, not other properties. But where it comes from was not brought up, that I recall.
I'm curious if that would be a big issue, or if the council would want to add that as a condition to use the rear entrance as opposed to the front entrance?
Oh, I have a feeling they're gonna be using that ramp. The first tray of drinks that goes down on those steps, that'll be the end of that. So, I don't think.
I don't think I have a particular need to dictate their service techniques. I think, they're professionals, they know what to do.
Yeah, I think they'll, I don't think that's necessary, Dan, although probably a good thing to think about. Any other questions for Mr. Green? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to comment on this matter? Seeing none, we'll close that. Is there a motion to approve or deny or approve with conditions? Resolution 22-12.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 22-12 with the conditions suggested by the LPA.
And if I can jump in, because I've got John Heron's magic words in front of me, I think you need to amend your motion based on the information in the staff report and the testimony presented to us. Find that the applicant has met the standards set forth in our comprehensive plan and land development regulations for the requested use and special exception, and therefore move approval of Resolution 22-12.
I'll amend my motion to include the words that the Vice Mayor said.
I have to have them in front of me or I can't remember them, and I'll second that.
It's been moved and second. Any discussion? We'll call the roll for that. Councilman Veach.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Councilman Allers.
Aye.
Mayor Murphy, aye. Motion carries unanimously with a 4-0 vote. Thank you.
And Counselor, could you please report to Mr. Herron that we actually finally caught on and used his language?
He'll be happy to hear that.
One of us caught on.
Can this be, I mean, that's very important stuff that I'd never remember to bring it, but can we add this somehow to the report so that if we want to make the motion, that it's there every time?
Mandatory.
Until we,
Maybe I
until we
should-
memorize it?
Get a
Just bring it
tattoo,
with me.
get a tattoo on my hand. Okay, next item is ordinance, is item B, ordinance 22-04, motorized micromobility devices. This is the second reading and final public hearing. An ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending sections 28 through 28-19, section 28- through 82, and section 28 through 84 of Chapter 28, Traffic and Vehicles of the Code of Ordinances, Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to define and regulate motorized micro-mobility devices, providing for codification, conflicts, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. The hearing is open. Again, this is
I don't believe this is quasi-judicial.
No, but the advertising is okay?
The advertisement is okay, yes. Yeah, I have the advertisement, it's been properly noticed.
Okay. All right. Is there any report by staff on this, or no, or, okay?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, you may recall that our attempt to keep motorized vehicles off the beach and sidewalks, there was a gap for the sort of one-wheel type vehicles. So this ordinance was generated to incorporate them into the prohibition from being on the sidewalk and on the beach, anything that's motorized. Unless, of course, you have a handicap wheelchair.
I think that's an important point to make, that I've heard some confusion in a number of press reports, is that this is not an ordinance to ban e-bikes. They're already banned on the beach. This is just clarification about different types of motorized vehicles that, and some of them did not exist not long ago. And it does not affect motorized wheelchairs. Those are handled in a different part of the code entirely.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we'll open it up to the public. Is there anybody here who wishes to comment on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment portion, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
I'll move to approve ordinance 22-04.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? Any objection? Roll call from the four of us. Councilman Veach.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hasselfraz.
Aye.
Councilman Allers.
Aye.
Mayor Murphy, aye. The motion carries unanimously. The ordinance is passed. The next item is ordinance 22-08, which is the election qualifying period. This is the first and public hearing for proposed ordinance 22-08, an ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending the qualifying period for town council candidates for the November 2022 election and future elections, providing for scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, severability, and providing for an effective date. We'll open this first public hearing, and then we'll schedule a second reading and final adoption on April the 4th, 2022 at 9 a.m. The public hearing is open. Any comments, Roger? Or,
Well, this item was generated from a request from the supervisor of elections. He reached out, I believe, to the clerk to ask us to sync up our qualifying period with other activities of the election season, and that's why this item is before you.
Okay. Did I ask for public comment already? I did, didn't I?
You asked me.
I asked you. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak to this today? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to move this on to the second reading and final adoption on April the 4th, 2022.
Before I would do that, I would ask, did we have proper advertising of this item?
I think you said that already.
It's a first reading.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll move to, move ordinance 22-08 to a second reading and final adoption on April 4th, 2022 at 9 a.m.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah, just real quick, just for the public, the deadline then is Friday, June 17th, correct? For qualifying.
Yes, I believe so. I'm not looking at the detail item, but I can pull it up.
That's what, I just wanted to make sure the public knew what the date was.
And what that does is it puts us on the same schedule as as Lee County and all the other ones that are going on.
June 13th through June 17th.
Assuming that we vote on this at the next hearing.
Correct.
In April.
Okay, it's been moved, seconded, discussed. Is there any objection to the motion?
Ordinance.
Moving this forward? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, we'll go back to the administrative agenda. Item A is Resolution 22-10, approving piggyback contract with Vetor Contracting Services, LLC. Adopt Resolution 22-10, approving a piggyback contract for utility repairs with Vetor Contracting LLC pursuant to Cuyahoga County's competitively procured contract ITB number 20-7771 for emergency and routine utility repairs. I see Christy Corey up here. Christy, is this your item here?
This is my item. Christy Corey for the record.
Okay. Any questions of Christy on this?
So, just to be clear, we want to make sure, that we have adequate resources to deal with any water or stormwater emergencies that we have in particular, but also for routine work, but more importantly, that if we have, a serious situation here, that we have a disruption of services affecting the public, that we can promptly get it repaired, because we have limited contracting capability in-house, without sort of having a gun to our head price-wise. So this will offer us that flexibility.
Very good. Okay, any questions of Christy or the staff, anybody? Thank you for appearing.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll move to adopt Resolution 22-10.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, item B on the administrative agenda is the status report on Laguna Shores dredging project.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, we have this on the agenda because pursuant to your direction, we responded to a request from the Laguna Shores residents to dredge their access, their boating access. We've done that, we received bids, and this item would typically appear on your agenda as a bid award. But the reason it's not on your agenda as a bid award is our staff's understanding of the financial arrangement is that we're gonna split the costs with the Laguna Shores residents, property owners. Now, every bid that we receive has a duration where the contractor agrees to hold their price, typically 90 days. Sometimes shorter, depending on the volatility of the market of a particular item. So we needed to get the word out, and we've done that through email and conversation to their representative, but we wanted it part of the official record, that they're on the clock to come back to town council with a plan from their perspective on how they're gonna fund their share, unless the paradigm is shifted without my knowledge.
Okay.
But if you have any questions about the bid and so on and so forth, we'll answer those today for you if you'd like.
Now, have you been in conversations with the representative from Laguna Shores?
I have emailed him, and he has acknowledged that email. And I believe other members of staff may have done the same.
Is that Mike Poff?
No, that's, Mr. Butcher is the designated representative.
Do we need to set a deadline for them? Would that be a good idea to say the council?
Well, we'll follow up with an email today telling them it was discussed at town council and letting them know what the deadline is for the contractor holding their pricing.
And do we need to do anything today to say that we'll approve it pending their contribution?
Well, if you allow us to continue to have, discussions to get things ready in case it winds up being a last-minute deal, we can proceed to meet with the contractors and continue to work on it while they're doing that during this period. But our main objective is to get them in as quickly as we can to get an understanding of where they are with respect to their portion. And we'll continue to work on getting things ready.
So you just need really consensus from us to continue with what you're doing already?
Right. The item is very detailed and outlines exactly what we'll be doing. So if you have any questions or concerns about that, please let me know. But other than that, we'll be doing that while we're waiting for them to come in and share with you how they would like to fund their portion of the project.
Okay, so stay tuned. Yeah.
Well, we're doing work with the
No, I know you are.
anticipation that
Yes.
they're gonna have a method that'll meet your approval.
Yes. Okay.
And just for reiteration, at the budget talks, we committed to paying 50% of the cost of the dredging.
We budgeted a safe amount with the understanding that it would be 50%.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. We'll move on. Item D, Resolution 22-11, that was 22-11. Participation in Program for Public Information, PPI, for Community Rating System, CRS. Adopt Resolution 22-11, authorizing the town's participation in the multi-jurisdictional Program for Public Information Documents as part of the town's Community Rating System, CRS, efforts under the National Flood Insurance Program. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 22-11?
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 22-11.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I think Jason was here to talk to us.
Jason, would you like to talk about that?
I want to thank you for considering this, and this is a big part of our CRS and our points that we accumulate for discounts for the community on their insurance. And so Kristen has worked really hard on this to coordinate, and she works with the Lee County staff, and I think credit should go to the Lee County staff for coordinating this with all the jurisdictions within their borders. So that's it. Just thank you for considering this.
Well, and thank you for the efforts.
Right, so just to refresh the council's memory, I think many of you remember approximately a year ago, we received an award from FEMA because we were able to improve our classification rating by 2, which led to a significant discount in insurance rates for our property owners. At that time, we were advised that some of the elements that we use to gain that rating will no longer be available in the next review. So we have to find ways to replace those points to see if we can maintain the same rating. And this is one mechanism for us to be able to at least get some of those points back.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution. Any further discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is final public comment. Anyone from the public that's still here wish to comment? Last chance. Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on. Town managers items.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I just want to let you know that we are working with FP&L and the lighting consultants to try to get them in April to speak with you all. The one thing we do know is as of, they can't make the M&P, so it will be one of the two regular council meetings, but we believe we can get them in for one of those two meetings, and we're working on that scheduling. So just be aware. And that's on the to walk through the alternatives for the roadway safety lighting.
Good. Anything else?
Yes, the Lee County workforce housing staff was scheduled to make a presentation today. Due to some scheduling conflicts, he requested that be rescheduled, and we're working with him to get him back here on another date, hopefully again in April.
Very good.
That's it.
That's it for today? Okay. Mr. Town Attorney.
Town Attorney has no items for discussion today.
Thank you, sir. We'll go, next is council members' items and reports. Councilman Veach.
Nothing today.
Vice Mayor.
I have several things. Number one, I had mentioned at a prior meeting that I personally did not prefer using coconut palms in the Times Square project. In our monthly reports, staff came back with some alternatives for us. I would like to know if my fellow council members want to give any input to staff regarding those recommendations, or to let this die. I don't want to be the only one out there saying, let's not use coconut palms. They've given us an alternative of sable cabbage palms. I think that's a good alternative, but I think they were probably waiting for us to react to that page in our monthly reports.
Well, I share your concern with the coconut palms. I am by no means an expert when it comes to palm trees, so anything besides that, I'll follow your lead on that.
I'm good with sable palms.
Well, I'll go with the group. You know, the coconut palms really speak to the beach, but I understand the maintenance involved and the potential liability of the nuts if they're not properly maintained. But the sable palm, although it's the state tree of the state of Florida, that wouldn't be my number one choice. But it's.
I'm open to suggestions.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I'd have to look at all the palm trees myself, but I happen to love the canary date palms myself. But anyhow, but I'll go along with the no coconuts for now, and then we can talk more about what the alternative is going to be. So.
Okay. Number two on my list, I heard that on St. Patrick's Day, due to too many people being on the dock outside of Nervous Nellies, that there was at least a partial collapse, although no one was hurt. Does the town have any responsibility to go out there and do an inspection, or it sounds like a public safety issue to me?
We'll send the building official out there to take a look at it.
Okay.
And any idea whether this portion was a portion of the dock that they're not supposed to be using? This was.
I have very little details, and none of this is firsthand knowledge, so I hesitate to say much because I don't want to say something that's not true. I just heard that the band stopped playing, and they did that in order to get people to move out of the area because there was a partial collapse, and I don't know where it occurred, except that I heard that no one was hurt.
I got a scathing email from someone regarding that the next morning, accusing me of sending people in to shut down the party and so forth and so on. I had no idea that the incident had even happened, but so anyhow, somehow it got to be a big conspiracy thing. But
Here?
I'd be
Here
interested.
on the island?
Yes. Well, I don't know who this individual was. He signed his name and I'd be happy, yeah, shocking, shocking. I'd be happy to forward to anybody who's interested, but anyhow, I did not know anything about it, and he went on and on about, you know, all kinds of crazy things, but, okay, yeah, good.
On a similar note, we had people inquiring of us as to whether we were going to do anything about condo structural inspections, and I personally had asked that we not take any action, hoping that the legislature was going to move forward, which they did not do. Very disappointed in that. They seem to spend a lot of time on things that don't have to do with life and limb, and I consider this to be pretty important, so I don't know if my fellow council members believe that we should look into doing some kind of ordinance about requiring that the condos do, I don't know how often, every decade, every 2 decades, some kind of structural engineering inspection and submit a report to the town, or whether everyone wants to stay out of it. We have a lot of tall condos that are getting old.
You know, in lieu of the state taking a pass on this, I thought, I gave this some thought myself too, and I'd like to maybe get together with the Fire Control District and see what they have to say about this, and if we can have a meeting of the minds with them and see what they want to do as far as inspections, what we want to do, maybe we can come up with some sort of program jointly to do it.
I don't know that they have jurisdiction over this kind of structural inspection, but I'm not against asking, but my gut reaction is that they're about fire safety, not necessarily, they can't force people to do structural repairs and things of that nature. So I've
Well, I
got
remember at one point that they did want to be involved in it. So anyhow, that's a suggestion. I mean, I'm not averse to the town looking at it at all, but.
And I certainly agree putting this on maybe a MMP and having a discussion. I think that I was disappointed because I thought they were near unanimous in the Senate to pass an inspection, but then I understood it fell apart with requirements for how much money they'd have to keep in their bonds, how much money they'd have to retain, and a lot of them didn't want to do that. But I agree I'm not sure if it'll come back next year, but they did kind of pass on it, and I think it'd be a good thing for us to discuss.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that, thank you. And the last thing that I have to mention is that our monthly reports contained approximately 20 photos of lights from condos and private residences that are violations of our turtle ordinance. Turtle season is coming. These folks need to, these are really bad. There are lights all over these buildings, multi-floors going up hallways. And there are 20 different locations on our beach. So people are not taking this seriously. And I guess I'm just saying this is a warning to everybody that they need to get their ducks in a row. Enforcement season is coming. We had all those people in here just a couple of weeks ago complaining about our ordinance for their windows, and yet I'm guessing that at least part of them lived in one of these 20 buildings that are not taking this seriously. So I was very disappointed to see this. It's not just a house with one light on in a window. These are glaring violations.
Now, I admit I haven't looked through the reports yet, but was that taken during last turtle season, or was that taken recently?
My impression was they were taken recently. Let me see here. This says 2021 season.
Anything else?
So, Mr. Mayor, just to sort of wrap our arms around that issue, so it'd be really good for the beachside buildings to do a self-assessment. And of course, we'll do our sort of pre-test that we do right before turtle season. I'll let them know what we are seeing again. But really just take everyone working together to try to minimize the disruption the environmental disruption. So we hope that people who, if they haven't started their self-assessment, they start working on that. Now that the time changes occurred and all that.
And they go from one end of the island to the other. It doesn't look like there's a mile on our beach that doesn't have a violation.
Maybe at the next meeting of the Condo Association of Fort Myers Beach, they could bring that up and just make sure everybody's getting prepared for the season. Okay,
That's it for me.
Councilman Allers.
I have nothing today.
Nor do I. So we'll, unless there's anything else for the good of the order?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Since Mr. Nussbaum stayed the entire thing, let me say that we are following up on his request from a couple of meetings ago to look and see how other similar communities are dealing with this issue, and as soon as we have enough information.
With the lights, with the glass.
With the 15 versus 45?
Yes.
So we are looking into that, and as soon
Good.
as we have enough information to put together a feasible alternative, we'll bring it back to you.
Good. Anything else before we adjourn? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any objection?